got what I went for. Just as soon as you said hello, hello, I never saw it coming. And the next thing I know, unconditional love, unconditional love. I ain't looking for no diamonds, ain't digging for no gold, just somebody to love, unconditional love. You never see it coming, then the next thing you know, unconditional love, unconditional love. I ain't looking for no diamonds, ain't digging for no gold, just somebody to love, unconditional love. Whoa.
No necesito nada, ni a nadie. Si te tengo a ti, te amo para siempre. Te amo eternamente. Tú me enseñaste cómo amar y por eso te agradezco. Te amo, papi. Te amo, mi amor, para siempre. Be my baby, my one and only. Y te voy a amar incondicionalmente. Para siempre. Te amo, mi amor.
Yeah, you know. Only you, only you. Only you can make me feel just like a king. Love you give to me so real, makes me give in. Girl, just like magnet, just steal your love, keeps pulling me
For developing
and like I said,
Government of Jamaica.
Check, check. Check, check. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, A. I'm asking which part. 1, 2. 1, 2, A. 1, 2. 1, 2, A. 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 1, 2. Check. Audio check 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check sound clarity. Audio check 1, 2. Yes, yes, 1 and 2. Audio check 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. 10. Where you want me to go with it? You want me to bring it up closer? Or my sound nice out there? Which one of them? Sound good? 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, indeed. Bring it up. Up. Camera. 1, 2. Camera. Tell them to look at the camera. Close shot with the is Mike, all right? All right, nice.
Everybody gather round. Everybody gather round. Productivity, more profits for you and me. Productivity, better goods and services. Productivity, more profits for you and me. Productivity, better goods and services. We're working, and I'm doing more with what I have to work with, yeah. We're working, and if I do my part, everything grows
good morning to you all.
with one another, then we
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm kindly asking you to take your seats at this time. Welcome to the Ministry of Labour and Social Security's Jamaica Productivity Centre World Productivity Day Forum 2026. Oh, looking so lovely this morning. At this time, I'm kindly asking you to stand for the playing of the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing as I invite Board Director of the Jamaica Productivity Centre, Mrs. Dana Mirage, to open this forum in reflection and gratitude with prayer.
Let us pray. Our Father and our God, we thank you that you are Lord of our lives and you are Lord of heaven and earth. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for the gift of another sunrise. And we thank you for the opportunity that we have to share and participate in an event such as this. Father, as we are gathered to reflect on productivity, may you bless the work of our hands. Cause us, O Lord, to be good stewards of the resources with which you have blessed us. Father, may you anoint us for productivity in our daily lives. We commit the day's proceedings to you. Father, we pray that you will breathe upon the plans of the Jamaica Productivity Centre. We look to you, O Lord, and we leave everything into your hands. In the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Mrs. Mirage. Please be seated. The Honorable Colonel Charles Jr., Minister of Labor and Social Security. The Honorable Donovan Williams, Minister of State Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Mrs. Dion Jennings, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Japanese Ambassador to Jamaica, His Excellency Kohei Maruyama. Senator Cavan Gale. Mr. Elon Parkinson, Chairman, the Jamaica Productivity Centre Board. Mrs. Imiga Breeze McNabb, Deputy Chairperson, the Jamaica Productivity Centre Board. Mrs. Tamar Nelson, Chief Technical Director, Jamaica Productivity Centre. Ms. Gillian Corodos, Acting Chief Technical Director, the Labor Division, representatives of government ministries, departments, and agencies, representatives of the Jamaica Employers Federation, the private sector organization of Jamaica, and our valued partner organizations, distinguished panelists and presenters, members of the media, specially invited guests. Welcome, 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 and good morning to you all. Welcome to the Ministry of Labor and Social Security's Jamaica Productivity Centre World Productivity Day Forum 2026. My name is Tyler Soares-Brown, and it's my pleasure to be your moderator for today's proceedings. Of course, we are so delighted to have you here. Thank you so much. Are you excited about today's proceedings, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, yes. And we can give the ministry and the JPC a round of applause as well, because they've been working so tirelessly to ensure that this forum is successful today. And we are so delighted to have you with us, leaders, professionals, policymakers, innovators, and change makers. We are all united on a common purpose, exploring how we strengthen resilience and improve productivity in an increasingly complex world. Now, this year's theme is Resilience Built by People, Powered by Process, Focused on Productivity. And over the past decade alone, we have experienced so many challenges as a nation, right? Of course, just with the recent passage of Hurricane Melissa, just to name a few, we had Hurricane Beryl as well. And before we officially begin, I want to get a sense of the room. So a show of hands, who traveled less than 20 minutes to get here? I have 1, 2, 3, about 5 people. So, okay, so who traveled more than 30 minutes to get here this morning? Almost the whole room, all right? So who traveled more than an hour? All right. Who answered at least one email, text, WhatsApp message, or even a work message before you got here this morning? You start laugh because you realize that the days start early, right? And when you start calculating those 8 to 10 hours that you have in the day, you are wondering and you're asking yourself, do I have enough time in my day? Have you ever asked yourself that, ladies and gentlemen? Right? So, of course, productivity began before you even got here to register, right? Let me see now a show of hands if you have actually said to yourself, like, is there enough time in my day? And we don't start counting the spouses and the children and the family members and the emergent, the spouse, right? Who require so much of you as well, right? So, of course, today matters a lot because productivity is not just about doing more, it's about creating more value with intention and with our time, right? And as I mentioned, we have weathered many storms, many hurricanes, floods. We have navigated a global pandemic, adapted to economic uncertainty, managed supply chain disruptions, and so much more. And these experiences, ladies and gentlemen, have taught us one thing, right? That delivering results and advancing development, even amid uncertainty, is important, it's vital, and it's something that we have to do. But most importantly, it is built by people, you who are actually sitting here in this room, right? The systems and the policies that we do have in place, and institutions that transform intention into action. So, of course, I do want to thank you so much for being here and for being a part of this conversation. And I'm sure that it will be successful and fruitful. Now, leadership matters, and so does setting the tone with meaningful dialogue. So to officially welcome us and share opening greetings, it is my pleasure to invite the chairman of the Jamaica Productivity Centre Board, Mr. Elon Parkinson. Please put your hands together for him and make him feel welcomed.
Thank you very much. Good morning to you all. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. I will dispense with the protocol list because productivity dictates that we also do not repeat effort unnecessarily. It really is a pleasure for all of you to be here with us, especially on a Friday. It is demonstrable of how committed we are to productivity right through the very end of the tape. You know how Fridays are, things tend to taper off a little bit and we slack off, but look, we're here, and we're here in the name of productivity, and we truly appreciate it. We're coming to you at a time when there's a buzzword, an R word, resilience. It's on everybody's lips. Indeed, we have the team, the resilience team, meeting just next to us as we speak. So it talks about a continuing conversation, but also backed by action. Jamaica has been tested by crises, meteorological, the geopolitical, epidemiological. Each time we've risen stronger than before. And that shows how resilient we are. Yet national crises, challenges, and confrontations lie ahead in our future, almost naturally. And some whose nature we simply cannot anticipate. However, staying resilient means rising to the occasion each and every time. We all sense that we will need resilience to face our uneasy future, so it's no wonder we all talk about it right now. But what does resilience mean in our workplaces, our offices, in the fields, on the factory floor, in government, academia, civil society? Well, you're going to hear more today from our speakers. You'll hear a little later on from our state minister, our minister, permanent secretary. Of course, our panel discussion will delve even deeper into that, so get ready for it. I also want to welcome those of you on social media who are joining us on YouTube and in other places to be part of the conversation as we go throughout today talking about this very important aspect of our being, productivity. The Prime Minister likes to say that productivity is a resource, or more precisely, he says efficiency is a resource. We connect efficiency with productivity and great things can happen. So these high-level areas that I spoke about earlier are here for us to cover in just one day. But of course, we're going to create a lifestyle out of it moving forward. Yet I am confident that our facilitators here today, from the Permanent Secretary and the Minister to others who will participate, the panelists, the JPC staff, and our partners, will do so that we understand what resilience means. And that is why it is so important that the audience beyond this room are able to participate, share their questions, comments, and concerns so that we can all be on the same page when it comes on to this productivity train that is now gaining momentum steadily. Thank you again. It's going to be a really productive day. We're off to a late start, but we're going to still make it worth the wait and the while. Thanks again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Parkinson, for those warm remarks and for reinforcing the importance of productivity as a national priority and resilience as a shared responsibility. And of course, reminding us that at the end of today, we'll truly understand what resilience and productivity really and truly means. So thank you so much, sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, strong institutions do not simply endure challenges, they evolve through them. And our next speaker understands this firsthand, the critical role institutional leadership plays in building resilience and sustaining impact. Please welcome, and let's all put our hands together for Mrs. Dion Jennings, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security.
Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to be here with you this morning. And of course, while the protocols have been established, I want to acknowledge my Minister of Labor and Social Security, Honorable Pernell Charles Jr., Minister of State, Honorable Donovan Williams, and of course, Ambassador Moriamo Kohei, as well as the members of the Jamaica Productivity Centre, the board, members of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, the media, and everyone present here today. Good morning. Today, as we observe World Productivity Day, it is emphasizing how institutional strengthening is very important, not only in times of stability, but also in times of unstableness. It is then our ability to adapt and to endure and to continue serving people when the challenges arise. And as we look at productivity, we note that we need to make the best possible use of what we have: our time, our talent, our resources, our staff, our financial resources to achieve the highest quality results. It's not about working long hours, and I know the Ministry of Labor and Social Security members work long hours, but it's also about working smarter to generate more value with less waste. And that is what we're trying to do in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. And in that, we want to thank the Jamaica Productivity Centre, who is the engine of productivity in the ministry. And while they have started their work in ensuring that our own procedures and operational ability is strengthened, we know that there is much more to be done. And we want to recognize the members of the board. I note we have a new board, and we know that this board is going to complement the work that has already been started as we ensure that we continue with our improvements. In the public sector, as in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, productivity is not merely about doing more. It is about doing better. And that is what we are committed to doing, to improve the way we work so that we can achieve better outcomes, and not just better outcomes, but more sustainable outcomes. And so we are committed to streamlining our processes, because every improvement in efficiency and every innovation that we adopt and adapt should ultimately contribute to faster service delivery, greater use of our resources, access to persons with disabilities, the elderly, and all the persons whom we serve, and of course, to ensure that we engender stronger public confidence in the work that we do in the ministry. So, I won't spend long, but just to say, we continue to support productivity improvement initiatives through various sectors, both in the private and the public sector. And the toolkits that have been established by the Productivity Centre for students, for the private sector, and for the public sector is very timely, and we should ensure that we utilize them. Visit the website of the Jamaica Productivity Centre and ensure that you are part of this transformation process and you're on the productivity train. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam PS, Mrs. Jennings. One more time for her, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for those insightful remarks and for reminding us that resilient institutions are built intentionally and strengthened continuously by, of course, working smarter with less waste. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, public policy plays a powerful role in shaping the environments where productivity and resilience can thrive. It is now my honor to invite the Honorable Donovan Williams, Minister of State in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, to deliver special remarks. Please put your hands together for him.
I will take the admonition given earlier by our chairman, Mr. Elon Parkinson. But permit me, sir, in productivity sometimes you have to repeat some processes to refine it. So let me acknowledge
my minister, the Minister of Labor and Social Security, the Honorable Colonel Charles Jr., our hardworking Permanent Secretary, acting, Mrs. Dion Jennings, and Ambassador Kohei Maruyama. Did I get that correct, His Excellency? Yes. And all the hardworking members of the Jamaica Productivity Centre, acknowledge Chief Technical Director, Mrs. Tamara Nelson, and our new Chairman of the Board, Mr. Elan Parkinson, who we have heard from earlier. It's a pleasure to join you today as we observe World Productivity Day and participate in this important forum hosted by the JPC. And I want to commend the JPC, Jamaica Productivity Centre, its board, the management, and staff for their continued leadership in advancing productivity, innovation, and organizational excellence across Jamaica. This year's theme, Resilience Built by People, Powered by Process, focused on productivity, reminds us that productivity is not simply about systems or statistics. At its heart, productivity is about people and our collective ability to adapt, improve, and create value. When many people hear the word productivity, they think about targets, outputs, or performance indicators. Those things certainly matter. In this regard, I wish to commend the Jamaica Productivity Centre for the important work it has undertaken to strengthen productivity measurement and research in Jamaica. The Centre has been refining measurement frameworks that align with international standards and has been conducting research that help us better understand the factors that influence productivity and resilience, including the impact of disasters on economic performance. This work is important because better information leads to better decisions. It helps government, businesses, and institutions to identify opportunities for improvement, make more effective use of resources, and strengthen their capacity to respond to future challenges. Equally important is the Centre's commitment to stakeholder engagement. During the 2025-2026 financial year alone, the Jamaica Productivity Centre engaged more than 800 organizations across all 14 parishes and reached over 200 students at 8 educational institutions, and I think that deserves a round of applause. These efforts have helped to broaden awareness of productivity issues, while encouraging collaboration among stakeholders across multiple sectors. The Centre has also delivered workshops, consultations, and capacity building initiatives that have supported more than 100 organizations, while facilitating over 140 productivity assessments, advisory engagements, and knowledge transfer activities. So these achievements demonstrate that productivity is not simply a concept being discussed. It is a practical agenda that is being advanced through partnerships, education, and technical support. So the progress made by the Jamaica Productivity Centre and its partners provides a strong foundation, but these achievements are not an end in themselves. They are the beginning of the next phase of work. The systems that have been strengthened, the data that has been refined, and the partnerships that have been developed must now be translated into measurable improvements across our institutions, industries, and communities. That is why today's discussions are so important. They provide an opportunity to move from insight to action, from analysis to implementation, and from ambition to measurable impact. So as we participate in this forum, I encourage all of us to think boldly about the changes we can make within our organizations and our spheres of influence. Together, we can continue building a productivity culture that is resilient, inclusive, and capable of supporting Jamaica's long-term growth and development. I thank the Jamaica Productivity Centre for bringing us together and wish you productive and meaningful discussions throughout the day. Thank you very much.
One more time for Minister Williams, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir, for your remarks and for highlighting the opportunities ahead as we continue strengthening systems, empowering people, and advancing national productivity. Thank you so much. Now, as we continue our program, we pause for a quick moment of artistic expression. Music has a lovely way to lift our spirits and to bring us together. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and let's welcome violinist Gabriel Clark Bailey, who will have a fantastic performance for you. Make her feel welcome. What a beautiful performance. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, for Gabriel Clark Bailey, our violinist here today. And I'm sure if you knew the song, you were just singing along in your head. And I was hoping that she would even just do one more song for us, right? Just one more. Thank you so much, Gabriel, for adding a touch of elegance to our forum this morning. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our next segment marks an important moment in today's program. As leadership, it drives productivity, it requires vision, action, and commitment to building systems that serve people effectively. It is now my distinct honor to invite the Honorable Colonel Charles Jr., Minister of Labor and Social Security, to deliver the ministerial address and to officially launch the competition. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for him, please. Let's warmly welcome Minister Colonel Charles Jr.
Good morning, everyone. Breakfast is needed. Moderator, who has always done well and is doing well, Mrs. Taylor Soares Brown, my Minister of State, who is the minister that has responsibility for productivity in our country, having been given the distinction of that in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. My permanent secretary, Excellency, from one of the most productive countries in the world, Japan, yes. My chairman and all of the distinguished guests that are here. As I was walking up, I wondered to myself, would it be more productive if I just stepped straight through here? And there is always this balance. CTD Nelson, who is in charge of the Jamaica Productivity Centre. So I should have called your name above all first, but there's always this balance between productivity, protocol, and what exactly does it mean for all of us who are in different spaces and places at the same time. And if we were to go through, Mrs. Maraj, each table here this morning and to ask the question, what does productivity mean to you? I am certain that there will be different answers from different persons and perhaps all correct. Because ultimately, we all have different responsibilities, different goals, and so productivity can mean something different to you than it does to me. Despite those differences, you will see streamlined and common across all answers a mindset. So whether productivity means something physical to you, to get your wages to be increased, more money, productivity towards profitability, or whether productivity for you is about achieving peace of mind. Whatever it is, it's about your attitude towards achieving, your attitude towards that work or goal that you have in front of you. And that is why at the first World Productivity Day, I said, and I'll repeat, productivity is a lifestyle. It is something that should not just greet you at work. And you should not just be productive when you're putting on your nice clothes, Miss Ruth Chisholm, and coming into these kind of spaces. It should be that you are productive all year round, 365 days of the year. But the question for you is, are you? Are you productive, Mr. Anderson? Or are you just showing us the perception of productivity when I'm seeing you? Ask yourself about your own interactions, your organization at home. I myself have so much to do in my own room. So it's a critical conversation, particularly when you juxtapose what Jamaica has gone through. Hurricane Beryl, Hurricane Melissa, COVID, floods, droughts, all of these things compel this country to ask the question that has been placed as a theme: resilience, built by people, powered by process, focused on productivity. How do we challenge ourselves to define that question and to find tools and ways to implement the answer? That is what we're here today to do. And it is not a narrow economic question, it is a national development question. I'm told that across the way, our Prime Minister is with the team from NARA. And they're being productive, I'm sure. Because what they're doing there has a lot to do with this theme of resilience. And it then shows also how interconnected everything is towards our future success. It's not going to be determined only by the size of the population or abundance of natural resources, but it will be determined by how we are able to connect the dots, harness our talent, harness our creativity, be disciplined, be focused, and really pull on the ingenuity of the Jamaican people. Bearing all of that in mind, I want to commend my chairman, Mr. Elan Parkinson. I want to commend Chief Technical Director Tamar Nelson, who you cannot miss in the bright pink that she has on today. When she was walking towards the vehicle, I couldn't see what was in front of me. She's so bright. I want to commend all of my board members who are here, Minister of State and all, because the responsibility then of the Jamaica Productivity Centre has increased. It is more important now and more at the forefront of the thinking and operation towards national development agenda than ever before. So this theme is timely and it is deeply relevant. And when we speak about resilience, again, please, I know that for many who are listening, it's just a slogan. So many times you're having conversations and you're throwing up all of these words because it sounds nice. Resilience. But it is so much more than a slogan. We're speaking about necessity. I, yesterday, visited the Burnt Savannah area in St. Elizabeth. Then I went to Westmoreland. And then on the way back, we went to Manchester. And then I came from Manchester and had a meeting in Kingston. Was that productive? Huh? Yes? That was exhausting. And so the question then is also, when we are busy, are we always being productive? There's so many things that come from the discussion around how we are going to structure our lives. How do we structure our work in this country, in the labor market, the rapidly changing labor market? How do we structure our preparation for the climate-related events? How do we structure Jamaica's positioning in the geopolitical tensions that we are seeing to make sure that we are productive? And I contend that many who think they are productive are just busy. Nobody agrees? Yes? Yes. Why is my assistant agreeing? I am wondering, are you saying something? But we have to be careful to not just be busy, but to make sure that that busyness, that fulsome day that you're having is leading to an outcome that is contributing in a positive way. When I think about this country and all that we have gone through, almost $1.95 trillion worth of damage and loss from Hurricane Melissa alone, which represents more than 50% of our GDP. Have we ever allowed that to sink in and appreciate that as many other countries will be crumbling now? But Jamaica is standing strong. Those figures to me are sobering. They reinforce a very critical lesson that resilience is not built during a crisis. Resilience is built before the crisis arrives. Through planning, through preparation, through investing in your people, investing in contingencies, strong institutions, effective systems, and the discipline to improve continuously. That, to me, is the strength of productivity. So we need to make sure that as JPC continues this national discussion, that we are pressing and pushing for our people to be more effective, for the recovery to be more effective, for our business sector to be more competitive, and for our workers to be able to adapt to change. So when our systems are efficient, our response is stronger. When our people are skilled, we are able to recover faster. When our institutions are held to account, we are able to really say that we're moving towards national development. Earlier this month, myself and the team went to the ILO conference, that's the International Labour Organization conference, and in Geneva. And there, all the countries that are members come together and we start to discuss issues, labor standards. And you know, the world is now faced with not just climatic events, but the issues relating to technological transformation. And the primary conversation now is around artificial intelligence. And how do we deal with the emergence of the platform economy, which is the economy relating to people who are on TikTok, like Rochelle Mitchell and other people who are influencers, and people who are online using digital services to provide service for their clients. Right, Mr. Maraj? Right? Yeah, you're starting a digital platform, buying from Alibaba and selling on Amazon, correct? Yes? Yes, all right. So all of those conversations we had in Switzerland. And how does that relate to us, and how does it relate to productivity? Well, those standards will define how we operate in these new emerging sectors that are going to determine whether Jamaica can be fully productive in the platform economy or not. And the world is not just moving, we have already moved towards a center of technological transformation. If I was to ask in this room, how many persons have access to AI? How many of you have either ChatGPT or Claude or Copilot or Grok? Just a show of hands. That's literally everyone. Every day, every table. And those of you whose hands are down, you lie. The reality is that it is already here. And so therefore, the question for us is, will this have a negative or a positive impact? Are we prepared? Are we looking at how rapidly this thing is moving and evolving and changing? This is just maybe a year and a half. So, how do we make sure that this integration of artificial intelligence allows us to be more productive and not less productive? And if you're utilizing artificial intelligence, permanent secretary, does it mean that you yourself are not productive? Is there this discussion that we have to have on what does it really mean for us at the end of the day in terms of building resilience, building productivity, increasing competitiveness for our country? So I won't get into everything, of course, because that's what today is about. But I do want to encourage the conversation. I do want to stimulate your minds. I do want to remind you and reinforce that our greatest asset is not measured by our size as a country. Our greatest asset is not going to be measured by the scale of our economy. Our greatest asset is and will always be the people of Jamaica. And so if we're going to be productive, we have to prepare our people. We have to prepare our children. We have to have a mindset that is moving towards productivity. Yesterday when I was in Westmoreland, and I hope that they are listening, the staff members in the parish office challenged me. I mean, I felt like I was on the stand. I was back in court, but I was the person on the witness stand. And they battered me with questions. And I looked on them and I listened to them and I was just like a proud father. Because they had some really tough, challenging questions asking me left and right. Why are we using so much paper? Why do we need to have one bag of closet? Now you want to build out another container to go put more paper in there, Minister? Why don't you just use the system, build out? And I'm listening and saying to myself, you know, this country's, we're halfway through the solution already, because if this is a representation of the Jamaican worker in the public sector, then we're gone clear. But leadership has a responsibility now to provide the tools. And we have to find a way, Mr. Anderson, who is in charge of finance at the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, to make sure that the allocations are made to these offices for them to be truly productive. Am I not right? Anybody agrees? There are no workers from the parish offices here, or I'm hearing clapping. We have to help. We have to move beyond the discussion of it to make sure that when we talk about productivity in this country, we are identifying the simple solutions, moving from paper to digital, making sure that you're backing up the digital so if something happens, you don't lose everything. Ensuring that the processes to make the clients who are our citizens, those vulnerable persons that we have to take care of, are simple and not complicated. Understanding that the outcome must be that the people of Jamaica are served. And so we have our responsibilities here, and we take them seriously. And so we're going to demonstrate that over the next year or two as we transform how the ministry itself treats with issues internally and with our external stakeholders. When I look on our labor market, the country continues to demonstrate excellency, resilience. Last year we hit 3.3% unemployment. That means we had more Jamaicans working than ever before. And this January report had us at 3.6, still significantly lower than the global average. And so something is going right in Jamaica when it comes on to these positive indicators. Crime is going down, unemployment is going down, and we have a stable economy despite all of the adversities. Now our push must be higher productivity, greater competitiveness. That is where we're moving towards as a nation. And that is going to require us not just to work harder, but to work smarter. And let me say this in response to my daughter who said to me she's working smarter. And she was just being smart, but not the smart that, yes, okay. Working hard can be working smart. Yes? Some people like to say that working hard is not working smart. That was the whole foundation of my daughter's argument, that she should not be getting up to work hard because she's working smart. She was, this is when you read too much books. But working hard can be working smart. It is the problem when you're working hard without any specific outcome and you're just working hard. Now that is not working smart. So, as a country, we have to place emphasis on renewing our culture of work. How many persons have as their goal to be at work at 8:30? Not you, Amiga. Not you, Amiga. But seriously, Miss Bennett, our head of HR, if the people don't come to work at 8:30, you vex. Yes? Am I not right? Because you want them to tick off 8:30, and when they leave, they must tick off that they leave at. But who said 5? Some people, hold on, why we have so many different times that we're leaving work? But the point is, I had an interaction when I was younger, right after I did my master's, that really changed my mindset. I won't call the name of the place, but I went to an interview, and the ladies almost looked at me in a laughable way when I asked her about working hours. She said, "Young man, you are a master's student and an attorney. I don't care when you work. I just care about your work product. You will get this assignment to do, and if you finish it on Monday and take Tuesday and Wednesday, that's up to you." I'm not suggesting that's where the government's going to go. But I'm saying to you, your mindset has to move from just being at work through the dash, 8:30 to 5, to asking yourself, what are I? What are I? What are I? What are I achieving? What are you achieving throughout that time? That is really the productivity mindset. It's changing how you think, not just what you do. Because if you change how you think, you will inevitably change what you do. And you will change how you do it. Because productivity must now mesh with impact. I'm going to move on, because I could speak on this for a very long period of time. Let me just close off by speaking about the need for us to ensure that our workers are not left behind. And so we have to put in place the tools to show respect and value, to prepare them, to teach them, to train them, to upskill them. And we also have to reach across government, reach across sectors. Collaboration is essential. Government will never, ever be able to move Jamaica's productivity alone. The private sector cannot do it alone. The labor movement, academia, civil society, all of us will have to come together. Can't be achieved by isolation. Progress requires partnership. And so it requires a shared commitment to improving performance, to embracing innovation, to preparing our people for the future. That's why the work at the Jamaica Productivity Centre remains so important. The center provides the research, the tools, the training, the partnerships, and the advocacy required to strengthen productivity across sectors. And its mission is not only institutional, its mission is national. So today, as we launch the 2026 Productivity Innovation Competitions, because of the introduction of it, the competitions are really to be seen as a very important platform to stimulate thinking, to recognize and reward ideas that improve productivity. I am hoping that we will be able, through these competitions, to see strengthening of performance, the creation of value, and showcasing of the real creativity and problem-solving capacity that exists in our country. In a world where we have so much and so many tools doing the work for us, we have to make sure that as we have computers and calculators and artificial intelligence, that we don't minimize our creativity, that we don't minimize our ingenuity. You're still needed. Your brain is still critical, even more so now, to put in the guardrails, to move the direction, to ensure we use these tools and train ourselves to use them in the most productive way possible. This year, the competitions will feature the student category. It will feature the entrepreneur category, the innovator of the year category, the workplace culture innovator category, and the public sector productivity improvement competition. These categories recognize that productivity is everyone's business. Students who will develop these innovative ideas, I hope that you will move up in terms of your studies and make them a reality. Entrepreneurs who create new solutions, I look forward to that productivity leading to profitability, making you money, making you rich, wealth creation, organizations that improve workplace culture, and public servants who enhance service delivery should be acknowledged in the role you play in strengthening national development through these productivity lines. And so today, for me, we're launching much more than just a competition. We are issuing a national challenge, a call to action, to think differently, to challenge yourself to improve systems, Ms. Bailey, to solve problems, to embrace innovation, and to help shape Jamaica's future. A future that will not be built by those who wait for change, but it will be built by those who create change. As I close, this country has demonstrated time and time again, we possess the talent, we possess the creativity, we possess the determination required to compete with the very best in the world. I always use the example. I think we are the only country that collectively gets upset at a bronze medal. I mean, national depression. How could we? 4x1 silver? What? What about Jamaica? You have persons who make it to the finals and they become national heroes in other countries. But Jamaica is Jamaica because we are Jamaican. And that sentence makes sense to all of you who are here. Isn't that crazy? You know, it's like I visited a country and met a Jamaican there who I'd never known before. And he said to me, "So what you doing, man? What you doing is big." I said, "Yeah, man, big things." I said, "So no, man, it's big, big." And just the doubling of the word, both of us understood. We are special people with a special responsibility and a special opportunity. And I really look forward to us taking up the task of ensuring that productivity becomes a defining feature of who we are. People must see Jamaicans and say they are fast and they are productive. Conversations that take place today will be important. The conversations that take place across the international community will make it clear. Productivity is critical. Critical for resilience, critical for development. So it is my distinct pleasure on behalf of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security and the Jamaica Productivity Centre then to officially launch the 2026 Productivity Innovation Competitions. This is all the drum rolls and the, yes, wonderful. Thank you for that. May this initiative inspire bold ideas, practical solutions, and meaningful improvements that contribute to a stronger, more productive, and more resilient Jamaica. Thank you. May God continue to bless Jamaica, land we love. One love.
One more time for our minister, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Pernell Charles Jr., thank you so much, sir, for that inspiring address. Productivity is a lifestyle indeed, and for reinforcing the productivity mindset, how we use our time efficiently. Of course, your remarks challenge us to think differently and to act intentionally, and even though productivity might mean something different to me than it does to you, we will always find the common thread. Thank you so much, sir. I know that during your presentation, when you mentioned if we finish the task on Monday, we get Tuesday and Wednesday off. I know that my audience members, both physically and virtually, they were hoping that you would have said, that's the direction that the government is going into, you know. I love how you laugh out loud. So you said soon? That's better than a no, so I will take that. Thank you so much, Minister. And also, thank you so much for launching our competition, the 2026 Productivity Innovation Competition. Another round of applause for that, please. Because productivity is indeed everyone's business, but let me just give you the recap of the competition details, or let me just remind you. I know that we are going to be having a poll as well. So I'm going to ask my tech team in the meantime, and those here physically and virtually, I'm going to invite you to answer these questions because we will be having giveaways courtesy of our sponsors right throughout the day. So my first question is, what does productivity mean to you? And this one will actually get you thinking. We do recommend that you change your name if you want to vie for a prize. I think that the system gave you all names. But if you have not managed to change your name, then we can just verify that it is actually you. All right? So what does productivity mean to you? And then the second question is going to be a quiz question, but you have to listen up, all right? So let me just share the competition details with you quickly. So the competition will have categories for the public sector and the private sector. Participants in the Student Entrepreneur Innovator of the Year 2026 and Workplace Culture Innovator categories will submit innovative productivity-focused ideas to support recovery and resilience at the personal, firm, or national level within the Jamaican context. Now, entries will be judged based on originality, the level of innovation, potential to impact productivity, ability of the idea to be scaled, and clarity. Now, the categories for the competition are as listed as follows. So we have student category for 5th form, 6th form, and tertiary. And this category reveals the untapped potential of the next generation of thinkers. From 5th form through postgraduate levels, this category invites entrants to propose bold, people or purpose-driven ideas that address productivity through recovery, resilience, or responsiveness. Whether you focused on personal habits, workplace culture, or national policy, students are challenged to present solutions that are original, practical, and built with real-world impact in mind. Now, in addition to the trophies and plaques, the prizes for this category include laptops and tablets as well. Now, the next category, entrepreneur. This category invites entries from early-stage Jamaican entrepreneurs and MSMEs who will present their real or in-progress concepts that drive improved productivity through people-centered practices and/or processes or process improvements. The next category, Innovator of the Year 2026. This category is open to registered Jamaican organizations looking to showcase a real proven initiative that has strengthened productivity through smarter people management or process improvement. And rather than pitching an idea, entrants are asked to share what they have already done, demonstrating through a concise 4-minute video how their approach delivered tangible results. Next category, Workplace Culture Innovator. A category just introduced this year meant to showcase how various industries, both public and private sectors, are creating internal policies and practices that have meaningfully improved workplace culture and productivity. And the final category, public sector competition. Now, the Jamaica Productivity Centre, JPC, through its Technical Assistance Services Unit, invites public sector organizations to participate in the 2026 Productivity Improvement Competition. And this initiative aims to strengthen productivity fundamentals, promote digital transformation, and enhance operational efficiency across government entities for a final shortlist of 10 organizations. Now, the deadline for the competition is July 10, 2026, except the public sector competition category, in which MDAs must register their interest by June 29, 2026. I hope you have all scanned the QR code and you've answered the question. I'm waiting to see who the winner will be. And we're going to be having a number of QR codes on screen right throughout the day, because we do want your feedback and your questions after each presentation. Not this time. I'm going to invite the minister to step forward. We're going to be doing a quick walkthrough with some of our sponsors and our displays here. I know that we have Carmed Kendall here. Minister, I need you to stand right here for me, because I know that Nova Core Labs, they have a little presentation that will be taking place right now as we head to some of the booths. And while we get that ready, let me just tell you, Carmed and Kendall, they're showing their teas and cheeses. We have the Caribbean Maritime University. I mentioned Nova Core Labs, Blue Qubit, the University of the West Indies, UTech as well. Oh, UTech in the house, you in the house. EduHub, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, National Identification and Registration Authority as well. Minister, you have a friend coming to you. Playing music for you too. And bringing you refreshments. Has a bow tie with a smile. Ready to shake your hand. Hey! Courtesy of Nova Core Labs. A round of applause for our robot friend here. And I'm going to, Minister, please help yourself. If you do want a bottle of water, please feel free. Our friends from Nova Core Labs. Yes, it does. Please take. So, Minister, you said it was actually guiding you as to what level you should take the water from. Okay, the arrow is there. It says, yes, center stage. Oh, okay, you took your water, ready to assist someone else. So I'm going to be assisting you, Minister, as we walk through a few of the booths. As I mentioned, we do have Kendall on location. We do have Blue Qubit as well. So I'm going to speak to about 2 of our presenters, and then we get into our next presentation while we do give you some time to enjoy. Yes. The robot just said, please don't be too what with me? Obsessed. Oh, upset. Oh, okay. Oh, can't move as fast as we do, but they're here to assist us. So as I mentioned, we have National Identification and Registration Authority, the UTech, here with us. Minister, where do you want to go first? You want to start with the University of Technology? Ouch. That's okay. Yes, I'm fine. Thanks. And I want you to just tell us quickly what you have going on here, what's on display.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Robin Robinson from the University of Technology, Jamaica, Department of Industrial Engineering. Today we have on display 3D printed parts, one of which is from our new additive manufacturing lab at UTech, which conducts metal 3D printing, first of its kind in Jamaica, and to my knowledge, first of its kind in the Caribbean. This is a 3D printed? Correct. Metal part. Yes. Definitely. And we have just an overview of what industrial engineering actually is, as well as a few projects from our past students that they did for their major projects.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, University of the West Indies. And now we have here the Ministry of Health and Wellness, okay? Jamaica moves, always moving. Tell us what you have here.
Hi, Hi, good morning. I am Trudy and Davy, and this is my colleague, Miss Melissa Richards. Hello. And we are health promotion and education officers, and we're just basically promoting an overall healthy lifestyle through physical activity and nutrition, of course. Here on display, we have IC materials on different health-related issues. We have fat. So this is a replica or a representation of fat versus muscles. And of course, we're aiming for the muscles. No. All right, and we have other materials to encourage movement. So throughout the day, physical activity and movement. The physical activity Ludo board, and of course, the hula hoop.
You don't have a shirt for Talia, for Jamaica Moves, because she's a Jamaica Moves.
Sure, what size are you? Small. All right, so. Oh, it's a flashlight. Not as good as I saw it was being held. Okay.
All right. Okay. And we have National Identification and Registration Authority. Hello, what's going on here?
We're just here sharing information with persons about the national ID, and we have brought along information that we believe most persons would find very interesting to help them make a decision. We have basic information about the benefits of the national ID, steps to apply, and this, because a lot of Jamaicans have issues about security, we brought security features that we can speak to them about. And then one other thing that we know many Jamaicans have issues with is address. And so we brought a form that if persons who do not have a permanent or a way to prove their address, they can easily do so by a JP completing a form for them. And then we have some promotional items that we can share with persons.
Let me say this. The experience that the Ministry of Labor and Social Security has gone through for the last 2 years with Hurricane Beryl and Hurricane Melissa has taught us that everyone in Jamaica needs NERA. Everyone needs to be identified so that whenever we have any issues in the future, we know who you are, where you are, what is your situation. So the Ministry of Labor is one of your strongest partners, and we'll be on the road together. I don't know if you've gotten the word from Vernon yet. We're going to be going from West Walnut to St. Thomas, getting persons signed up for the ministry, for our social services, and also signed up for NERA. All right? Good.
Thank you so much, Nero. Okay, and we do have EduHub here. Okay, tell us what is happening here at EduHub.
All right, so good morning, everyone. So I am Diva Brian Campbell, CEO, founder of EduHub, and actually one of the Jamaica Productivity Centre awardees. We have 3 products. So we are an AI in education edtech company focused on helping students and teachers excel. So today we are showcasing our product that we would have gotten 3rd place in the productivity competition, and this one is called Easy Teach. So we launched this 2 months ago. It is a productivity tool for teachers where they can create lessons within a few minutes. So for teachers, they take about 20 to 30 hours per week creating content and lessons for their students. What we have done is that we have cut that significantly. So now I'm going to ask you, Minister, if you could just, we're going to quickly create a lesson within a few seconds. So just go ahead and click on the plus sign. Good, you're going to put in a topic that you want to teach. So, any topic? Algebra. All right, good. So math. Then the next thing that a teacher will do is select the grade level. So what is the grade level? Grade 3, the level of difficulty, medium. We're going to generate our objectives. So go ahead and hit that generate button. You don't have to type it if you don't want to. And now the AI is actually generating the objectives for the teachers. And all of the curriculum is already embedded in it. So now you have your objectives. So now you can edit them if you want to. So identify unknown numbers, right? So there are 3 objectives right there. We're going to click on create lesson. And now guess what we can do? We can actually create lesson plans, lesson content, quizzes, interactive videos, games, ebooks, worksheets. So let's quickly look at how it is that we can create a quiz based on algebra. or a lesson plan, 5E lesson plan, whatever lesson plan. So you just put in the number of questions that you want. All right. 10, true or false. So it's true or false, multiple choice, fill in the blanks. Generate with AI. And now it is generating. So outside of while it is generating the quiz, we have quizzes, worksheets, games, all of that is within a few seconds. And then the beauty about it is that you can share it with your students instantly. And it will grade it, give you back a grade in your mark book, and you can share it. And it's across the Jamaica and the world. So here are it gives you the questions, gives you the correct answer, gives you the explanation. You can edit it if you want to. And when you're through, you can actually download it.
Wow, all right, Eddie Hub. Okay, I'm almost out of time. I have time for 2 more, so I'm going to UWI, Faculty of Engineering. And we're also going to be speaking with Blue Qubit Consulting. So who is going to speak to me on behalf of UWI? All right.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Omar Thomas, Deputy Dean in the Faculty of Engineering. We have 2 beautiful students here, Theoden and Avanique, who is going to talk about their capstone project. Avanique?
Oh, I'm just checking the time. It's still morning. Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Avanique Ware, and I am a final year biomedical engineering student at UWI Mona. And this is my final year project, which is a gesture-controlled prosthetic arm. So my lecturer and I devised this device so that we could make prosthesis technology more accessible in the classroom, but also explore different innovations related to telesurgery. So what I have here is that this prosthetic arm is going to be able to be controlled by this glove here, or I can use this web interface on my laptop to actually control the hand. So if I could demonstrate, that would be that would be done now. Okay.
You need me to hold the mic? You're going to walk us through it? Sure. Okay, all right, I'm going to hold the microphone for you.
Okay, so the device has 2 separate modes. So it has a learning mode and demonstration mode. So for the learning mode, that is where we're connected to the glove. So if I bend any of these fingers here, it should bend the artificial finger on this arm here. So it should bend it, I hope. Did it bend? Good. So it tracks finger bends with a flex sensor, and also to track wrist rotation, it uses an IMU unit. So if I slightly turn this glove, it turns, and then it should go back. Lovely, it works, thank God. All right. So now we'll go to the second section of my project, which is the demonstration section, and this is where it allows for website control. So I have here common human gestures that we do every day, and if I press any of these buttons, the hand should do this motion. So, so here I have closed hand here. So let's see if the arm closes, and it should close all the fingers on the robot arm there. I think this one kind of got broken, but it works nonetheless. And we could do a next point, which would be maybe the peace sign. It should show some fingers bending here. And that is just essentially what my project is doing. But yes, so this project essentially is just showing how biomechanics are actually replicated by robotic systems, and just overall how we can do wireless control of robotic systems. Thank you.
Wow. Okay.
All right. So, hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Theodore Ellis, and I'm in my final year. I did electrical power engineering at the University of the West Indies. And the project that I have right now is basically a prototype demonstrating of how a microgrid functions. So my project was building a microgrid for the University of the West Indies, Mona campus, and also building a prototype demonstrating the functionality of a microgrid. So right here I have 3 bulbs, which would represent the UWI load. So we have faculties, we have residential halls, east and west. So initially, I had two sources, right? Some of you guys maybe know what a microgrid is. How much of you guys know what a microgrid is? All right, so a microgrid is interconnected line that basically supply a local load, right? And it's also connected to a main grid. So for example, the University of the West Indies is a microgrid itself. It consists of 5 energy generators that basically power the whole university campus, right? And basically my job was to implement a microgrid within that microgrid, which my source was solar, right? Solar power. Right, as you know, we live in the Caribbean and basically it's always hot all year round and it's always sun shining. So solar would be a very great source to power University of the West Indies. So here we have, so initially I should have a solar panel here, but I don't have it right now because of the space. But I have a battery here and it's charged to a charge controller and it powers an inverter, and that would be source 1. And source 2 would be the plug right here, which connects straight to the socket. So let me just turn it on. So essentially, I have a website here. You can't see it here right now because let me try and reload it real quick. See where it came off. Yeah. All right, so there's a website and basically you can control the loads from the website, and in that basically represents a SCADA system. That's just a communication system where wherever you are, you can control basically the loads from wherever you are in the world. Pardon? Oh, individually, yes. So you can control each bulb from just your phone. So, yeah. So, yeah.
Let there be light. Thank you so much, my friends from UE. And now, quickly, Blue Qubit, and I was told we have to talk to CMU as well. We can't leave out CMU. So let's do Blue Qubit first, quickly, and then we head to CMU because we have to get back to the presentations.
Hi everyone, my name is Carrie Nelson Pinedo and I'm the General Manager of Blue Cubic Consulting. We help organizations leverage technology and data to improve efficiency and also to improve productivity with our productivity solution where workforce analytics meets AI. So basically we are able to monitor on the system how work happens and give that report, part of what you're seeing here, to the leaders in the organization to then spot that bottleneck and work with different employees for coaching opportunities, and also to then use that structure from those that are doing excellent to then apply that to the different parts of the teams. You can see productivity efficiency, focus efficiency, as well as if they're utilized, overutilized, and underutilized. So that is burnout. We want to ensure that not only that you're working hard and you're working efficiently, but we want you to be your well-being to also matter as well. We do have a little game. I'm not sure if we have time, but any of the ministers can spin the wheel. But before you do, we have a quick question. So the question is, Minister kind of spoke about it, so maybe it's a giveaway. But do you believe that being busy is being productive?
Well, it depends, but not necessarily. Do I have to give a true or false answer? True.
Well, okay. You can go ahead and spin the wheel for time and see what you win. Okay, awesome. So you can get either a ring light from us or a pen. For organizations here, you can also come and spin the wheel for productivity trials and also cybersecurity assessment. We have that here. So.
Of the two, which do you think is more productive, will lead to more productivity?
Well, as a minister, I think the pen will work a little bit better for you, right?
I'll take your advice.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much from Blue Qubit Consulting. And finally, last but definitely not least, CMU, back on this side. Quickly. Hi, Team CMU.
Thank you for having me. My name is Laurie Dean Brooks, and I'm the Student Recruitment Officer at the Caribbean Maritime University. The minister made a very important point about working hard and not smart, and also that we can work hard and smart at the same time. And of course, the engineering faculty provides that gap or bridges that gap through several programs. We have the program Mechatronics, which is a signature program to CMU. It is a combination of mechanical engineering and electrical engineering. We boast the only Festo lab in the Caribbean, which is a replica of what goes on in the industry. So when our students goes out into the industry, they're ready. They are industry ready. And of course, because we go out and do our research with the industry, so we know what they want, and so we provide that relevance to the industry. We also have several programs, industrial automation, industrial systems. We have AI and computer systems. Of course, the CMU aims to create relevance to the industry.
All right, Team CMU, thank you so much. Another round of applause for all our exhibitors here today. Thank you so much. And of course, during your lunchtime, during your breaks, you can take some time, you can visit them. They do have giveaways for you as well. So we do want to encourage you to get the information, get the giveaways, and check them out in your free time, okay? And during our question and answer earlier, we do have a winner. Is Intrepid Wolf here? Congratulations. I'm wondering what kind of name that? Intrepid Wolf, is that your username? Are you here? You here? You check? Okay. And I should let you know that if someone didn't use your private browsing with your device, reopening poll everywhere on the same device will show the same name. So just double check in. Move to second place. My team only sent me one name right now. Intrepid Wolf, are you here with us? So we're going to verify our winner, and we're going to move on to our next presentation. If during that time we have the verification right after that presentation, then we will hand out our prize, okay? So as we continue exploring what productivity means in a rapidly changing world, our next speaker invites us to think beyond efficiency and into resilience, adaptability, and transformation. Mr. Record is widely recognized as one of the Caribbean's leading voices in digital transformation, artificial intelligence, strategy, and public-private innovation. He currently serves the Government of Jamaica in several national leadership capacities, including Deputy Chairman of the ICT Authority and the National Identification and Registration Authority, Chairman of the National Artificial Intelligence Task Force, and Deputy Chairman of the newly formed Caribbean AI Task Force. Now, today's presentation is titled AI-Powered Resilience, Designing Processes that adapt and endure. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Christopher Record.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Is it still morning? Are we still morning? Yes, we're still morning. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very, very much for inviting me. While I'm here, I'm going to invite my friend and colleague, Mr. Keith Robinson, to join me on stage shortly as we when I saw the topic that was here, and he was visiting Jamaica, and he has had massive expertise in working with some of these technologies in large companies, I told him that I would love for him to come and share with us. So he also be on the panel. So Keith, come and join us up here, and then we will we'll switch around as soon as. So, thank you very much again. Over the past few years, the Jamaican government has made a decision around leveraging and understanding this whole concept of AI. And so in 2023, the then minister with responsibility for digital transformation, Dana Morris Dixon, at the time, created the National AI Task Force. The National AI Task Force job at the time was to work with academia, work with private sector, work with public sector, work with civil society to come up with recommendations as to what should be in an AI policy if we were so to create it. And as such, we actually completed that job on time, and our report was released in 2024 within the year. And in that report, we outlined a number of items that the country should consider. And I'll just give you a very high level overview as to the thematic areas that were in that report. In the report, obviously, the topic of productivity is what we're talking about today, and that was something very key in that report. By the way, the report is available online for anyone who wants it. It is downloadable from the Office of the Prime Minister. So just go and search for National AI Policy Recommendations. The link comes up. You can download the entire report. So at a very high level, the theme areas that we focused were AI for innovation and economic growth, education and workforce development, which is directly connected to productivity, public awareness and sensitization, AI infrastructure and technology, and Keith will talk a little bit about infrastructure in a few minutes, international cooperation with AI. I noticed the ambassador was here, but he's now gone. I would have spoken about some international connectivity at that point in time. Legal regulatory frameworks for AI, government and industry collaboration, ethical foundations for AI, and cohesive AI framework. So at a very high level, those are the theme areas in which the relatively short document, only about 30 pages, actually covered. So that was version 1 of the AI Task Force. Version 2 of the AI Task Force was appointed after that, and we worked with UNESCO to come up with an AI assessment of Jamaica. So that was completed, and we actually launched that report recently. We were just reappointed again in February of this year with the new minister with responsibility for technology. Our new job now, we have 2 objectives. Objective number 1 is to actually draft a 2026-2027 AI policy based upon all the recommendations and the research that we have. Because one of the challenges with AI is that it's changing every single day, right? So we have to now figure out how do you make a policy for a country while the work that you're doing is changing so much. So that's job number 1. Job number 2 is massively important. As a matter of fact, I was supposed to jump on an 11 o'clock meeting because I told them I would finish here by 11. That didn't happen. With UNESCO, because what we're doing today is actually reviewing all the laws of our country to figure out what laws need to be adjusted in order for country to benefit with the use of AI for productivity, for wellness, for economic development. Massive importance. So those are the 2 things that the AI Task Force is supposed to this time around. So that's a quick high-level overview as to the AI Task Force, which specifically what we're kind of here to talk about today. The theme of the event, fantastic theme, resilience, built by people, powered by process, focused on productivity. And the topic of this specific talk, AI-powered resilience, designing processes that adapt and endure. One of the key important things that we have to remember with respect to AI, if we point AI at broken, fragile processes, it won't fix it. It will just automate chaos. And our mission today isn't just to adopt AI, it is to build a resilient foundation first so that AI makes us powerful, not chaotic. There are too many people using AI to just automate stuff that they're doing already and not dressing back, pausing to relook at how can this process be edited, adjusted, recreated because of the abilities that we now have with the AI technologies. So when we looked at the word resilience, one of the things we realized that this word, I mean, for every single talk that we have done recently, and I've been doing them at least 2-3 times a week. The day before yesterday was at the gastronomy, talking about AI with gastronomy. The day before I was at the diaspora conference. Both Keith and I were down there looking to see how do we work with our diaspora brothers and sisters to improve, enhance the use of AI in our country. So this word resilience is a very powerful word that we use over and over. And the definition as we look at them, has two components to it, built on two pillars: endurance and adaptability. Endurance, the capacity to withstand a blow and keep critical services going, and adaptability, the capacity to pivot, reconfigure resources, learn from the shock to bounce back together. I wanted to start out today with a story. That's a very, very, very quick story in terms of applying some technology, and I'll ask Keith to just come and jump in. Several years ago, it might have been in it was just before COVID, I was invited to an event in Las Vegas where some technology developers were demonstrating some new technology tools built on top of AI. For those who have studied some work on AI, we know that AI is about 60 years old, right? It's not just 2-3 years old that we just said. AI is like from 1950s, we've been trying to figure out how to automate, how to use technology to do things that generally require a human decision or human ability. And that is roughly what they've been calling AI. So it's a long time we're trying this thing. So just before COVID, I'm invited to Vegas to look at some new solution. My job at the time, I was a CEO of a company that was one of the leading managed service providers in Jamaica. And we went to look at a cybersecurity software. The cybersecurity software automatically, with the help of AI, looked at behavior that it saw in the system and would then either alert the necessary person in the company or take an action by itself, AI. Right? So this is from 2019, 2020, we're looking at some of these tools. I was so excited by the software, so did the demo, signed up the agreement with the company, came back to Jamaica, and I went into selling mode. I went to every customer that I had and I said, you guys must start to use this system. But of course, with anything like this, I mean, it's gonna cost a little extra money, but I had to go around and sell and sell and sell and sell. There were customers that bought the system and signed up for us, and there are some customers that say, you know what we have working okay. No, we don't need to use your thing, that new thing. But we were still managing those environments for those organizations. In about, might have been in the middle, probably was in the middle of COVID or just after COVID, we had a soft cybersecurity attack on a few industries in Jamaica. When these things happen, not a lot of people realize until afterwards, and we see the news reports as to cybersecurity this and cybersecurity that, or data privacy announcement that somebody lost some data. All I know, and these things usually happen on Sundays or Saturdays, because that is when the IT people are not at work. So we got a call very early, like talking about like 5 in the morning on Monday morning, that Chris have a problem. And I said, what happened? Well, there was a cybersecurity attack starting from around Friday. But when these attacks occur, it presents itself differently to the users. So a user may get an interesting looking email that if you've been trained and told not to click on things that look too strange, do not click on it. But guess what? Some people click, right? So in one organization, well, several organizations, they clicked on the emails that came. Now, this is when, after a year of trying to sell the software to people, the companies that actually signed up and adopted the new software, the system automatically saw the problem and locked off just that one computer that the person clicked from the rest of the computers. So that computer, thought more resilient, they were back up within a day because we had to check and make sure that nobody else was affected. One of my other companies who I even offered them free use for 3 months. I went in and begged the chairman and the CEO of the company to buy this. They did not buy it. They said that their system, which was a lot cheaper, would handle it. 7 weeks they were down for. 7 weeks they had to, because their backup was destroyed, their current system just couldn't connect anymore, and they had to do almost everything manually for nearly 2 months, 2 months and a little bit. And of course, we got blamed. We as IT company doing the work got blamed because we should have captured. I said, we tried, but we're trying to use new technology to help you. So there's a situation where somebody used the technology and was resilient because they chose the new technology, AI enabled, and then somebody who decided not to choose the technology. So we have to be very crystal clear on understanding you're building a certain level of foundation. You have to use the technologies and tools that are designed to help you to make you resilient. So that is a little bit of the foundation. And I will then ask Keith now to kind of jump into one and two of the slides. And wow, I didn't look around to realize that the slides looked a little bit blurry because what we're seeing here is perfect, right? So Keith, I don't know if you can jump and start talk about the foundation, right? How do we do this now? You can just click one because it's still not moving. I don't know how to keep doing this to us.
No, I can just.
Huh? You can just, okay.
Morning, everyone. So my name is Keith Robinson. I've been a friend of Chris for decades. I've known him for a very long time.
Advance one slide, please. Not moving.
Yeah. So thanks, Chris, for having me participate in this to talk about resilient processes. Now, I have spent the last 20 years or so in the United States of America in the very highest level of IT and IT executive. The last 10 as a CIO of a very large biotech firm, operated in like multiple companies and several sites. So resilience is something that I lived, and it was measured quarterly because it's a public firm traded on NASDAQ. So public companies, the shareholders wants to know. So your productivity, first of all, it has to be stated that you're going to be this productive this quarter, and you then have to meet this productivity. So I usually go by the saying to say whatever gets measured usually gets done. So when you talk about productivity, one of the main things is to measure it. But particularly about resilient processes, they're not possible without a resilient foundation. And in information technology, what is resilient foundation? It's basically four things, right? It is a resilient infrastructure. Yeah, it's not signed. A resilient infrastructure. Your infrastructure which runs everything. It's the lights on and the foundation of your IT, right? It's your servers, your laptops, your emails, your all of that. Now, to be resilient, it means that it has to be accessible and always available. It should always be available. So you have to have backups everywhere. And not just that, it has to be always be available, meaning that you have to have redundancy. So say, for example, you have a data center in Kingston. You also need to have one in Montego Bay because something Melissa happened in Montego Bay. Kingston was unscathed. If you are a ministry or a large organization running nationally, you should never be down because Kingston was unscathed, right? The second thing is, moving on, is your software that you run on top of that foundation. The software that should be modular. So everything that you have running your organization should never be in one system. So if you are on a legacy system that was implemented 20 years ago, you have to start looking about that. Because you should have systems that talk to each other rather than everything in this one big system. Because when that system goes down, then you don't have resilience, right? The system is down. Now, you could have parts of a system that is down and other parts that keep working. And those would keep working until the other parts come back on stream. Chris touched a little bit about cybersecurity because that is part of your resilience. The threat actors are working 24/7, and now they are powered by AI. I mean, I could give you another story, but that one quarter I checked the amount of attacks on one firewall, and you'd never believe it was over 2 million. 2 million attacks on a single firewall. Of course, I had resilience. They didn't get through, but they're not stopping because it's not a guy in his basement doing this anymore. It's the AI doing it for them. So you have to be resilient with your cybersecurity. And last but not least, your data has to be resilient. Now, what is your resilient data is, oh, good. Yeah. So it will be protected and recoverable. You know, your data should be protected. It should be compliant. It should be compliant means like private PIIs, private information, should be protected and recoverable. So you shouldn't have your data in one place, and the recovering of the data should be fast. To get there, it shouldn't take a very long time. You should have clear ownership and quality of your data. So what happens when I own the data and Chris owns the data and the minister owns the data? It happens that nobody owns the data. So then nobody cares about how clean it is, the data quality. AI needs quality data. The data that is in your transactional systems that you run on a day-to-day basis is not really the fuel that AI needs. AI needs what is called curated data, meaning that data that is extracted from the source, cleaned, enhanced meaning that you add flavor to the data, so that when you're in an organization, and if you're in a manufacturing organization, you have something called a bag and something called a sack and something called a sachet. It's the same thing, right? They're in different systems, they're probably called different things, but AI needs to know that that is a bag. You know, so that is curation. So that is the foundation that you need to know have resilient processes, which we all need, right? We need to, and the resilient processes is not just to improve the productivity inside the organizations, but to improve the productivity of the customers who walk into your organization. Because if they come in and spend hours just waiting because you don't have a resilient, optimized process, they are not being productive. And I'm still in the diaspora, but I'm trying to get back. I went into a bank to open a bank account, and I was told, well, first of all, I was told that I have to go to the bank to open the bank account. I haven't been inside of a bank for over 10 years. And I went to the bank, and to get my online banking, I had to fill out a paper form. Go figure. I'm trying to get to a digital, and I have to fill out a paper form. That is not resilience. You cannot optimize or put AI on a process that is on paper. So you first have to digitize that whole process. So from the foundation, you have adaptable, enduring foundation. Then you have the AI-powered processes that's put on top of that, because Chris says, if you put AI on top of a fragile infrastructure, you're just going to amplify the fragility. So you're going to make bad decisions real quickly. And I've learned from that in my experience, because I was at the forefront of this AI thing when it just came out. And we had pilot projects that failed because the data wasn't ready. So then you have to have your processes that adapt and endure at scale as well. So processes that adapt are the ones that they can sense changes to rules, changes to conditions, changes to whatever happened in real time, and then adapt to that. What is a good example of that? If you have, in Jamaica, you have a lot of hurricanes. The last 2 years, seems like you have one per year. But if you don't have a supply chain system that is adaptable, meaning that if something is coming into the Montego Bay airport, and Melissa has devastated Montego Bay, something should tell the freight liner that don't drop that in Montego Bay, take it to Kingston. That is an adaptable process. A human should not be picking up the phone, sending emails to do that. That is an adaptable process. Something that I lived through is that in the United States of America, They have a president that creates tariffs every month. And he said, tomorrow your tariffs is going to be 20%. Now, you have processes of you shipping stuff overseas. You have to bill for these tariffs because companies are not going to eat them. Now, the next day he says, oh, my bad. You're not having a tariff anymore. We have a deal. You have to reverse that. Now, if you have to build these things as he changes his mind, you will not be productive. So your process that you build it has to be adaptable. And it has to endure. It has to anticipate shocks, right? So I don't know what happened. I heard about June 6th. I keep hearing about June 6th. There was a power cut here or something like that. But that doesn't seem to be a resilient process whatever the student at the university was just showing up about the grid and all of that, some software is above that, right? So that runs that should say, this is happening at this power station, let's reroute, do something else. So, and because the national recovery is going to be impacted if you don't have these resilient processes. Now, I don't know if you want to talk about how to create a resilient process. First, you have to have this resilient foundation. Yeah, I don't think I have a slide on that either. So this is us talking. So you need a foundation, and then you need to do a few more things. For example, question the requirements of a process. So someone is coming to say, all right, this process should do these 5 things. Question those 5 things. Do we really need to have 5 things? Because a lot of people implement what they call requirements because it's written. Somebody say that this is a requirement, but is it really? Do you really need that? Do I really need to fill out a paper form to get to online banking? No, whenever you question, now you go to the process, and the steps that they tell you that you have to go through these steps, delete all of those. Start from 0, because I guarantee you that some of those steps are not necessary. And we have built some very big systems in my experience that this is something that you reach way down the road and you realize that why are we doing this? It's not necessary. So start with questioning the requirements, then you question the steps because not all of them, and then when you have the reduced steps, you simplify that. Then you can automate the simplified steps and all of that. So do all of that, you should have some resilient processes, which we all need to be productive, and to processes that adapt and endure. All right?
All right. So thank you very much, Keith. I thought I had to bring someone who's actually doing this stuff in real life. And what's happening with a lot of us, ladies and gentlemen, is that we are using let me just call it the retail version of the product. We're touching that product and we're asking some questions and it gives us back some answers, and we like that component of it. What Keith is kind of giving us an idea of is, how do we now implement this thing in your organization to help with productivity within the organization, to help with resilience within the organization? It's very, very important that we understand that we can employ and adopt AI technologies within an organization once we think through the processes properly and not just drop AI on top of the existing process, because that existing process was designed for paper, was designed for people, and when we're now fully digital, we have to rethink it all. Sadly, there are too many places that I go. I mean, I'm a JP myself, and I have had to sign some documents to make copies. So, recently, I was very happy to see Nero right there. I'm the deputy chairman of Nero, and everywhere I go now, I just walk around and ask, how many people have their national ID? So I'm going to ask, hands up in here, how many people have their national ID? 1, 2. The national ID, the official new national identification that comes from Nero. Who has their national identification card? Because people are putting up a hand a while ago, I don't know what ID we're talking about. We're not talking about the driver's license. We're talking about the one that says the National Identification Card of Jamaica. How many people have that? One person. No, no. I was doing a presentation yesterday with the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, and there are some processes that they want to put in place. And I said, do you know that if you had your national ID built into the national ID, right, we can just tap it and it will get the information that's needed. So a lot of what Keith described a while ago, having to go fill out the paper form, if we built in the NERA system inside of your own system, then all of a sudden, all of that filling out a form is not necessary anymore. How can we now speed up what we're doing by using our own tools and technologies, right? The government is building the foundation for it, but we need to start to use it, right? And we need to start to, Minister Marks recently started saying that all of these things that we're asking people to fill out forms for, let us start using the digital method. When I was going to China the other day, I had to fill out a lot of things at their embassy, and then after that, everything was free flowing. You walk up to the gate, it scan your face, the gate open, you walk out. I didn't have to fill any more paper again because everything was already digitized, and everywhere I went, oh, we know you're coming here, it's automatic. So folks, I'll just wrap up by saying, in my recent talk at Office of the Prime Minister, as we're launching the UNESCO report, I created and painted scenes, and I'll modify it for our use right here and talk about if Jamaica gets this right over the next few years, what does success look like? This is how we should paint the picture. I'm going to paint 3 quick scenes. Scene 1, a young Jamaican graduate in Montego Bay works remotely for clients in Toronto, London, and New York using AI-powered tools. The person never has to leave Jamaica, but the person competes globally because they are now using the AI tools to solve problems for people worldwide. By the way, that is actually happening right now, right? There are people here who have gotten trained. I mean, my alma mater, I went there when it was called CAST. It's now called UTEC, but big up UTEC. They are doing courses there that they're training people to do this. And so people are actually staying at home and earning money worldwide with the tools and technologies and know-how that they have learned there. Scene 2, a citizen applies for a birth certificate, a permit or government service. The process is fast, transparent, secure, and citizen-centered. The government feels less like bureaucracy and more like a modern service organization. Let me tell you folks, for those of us who have walked into any government organization to look for service, there are some places that take forever, but then there are some places now that are improving quickly. Who has gone to Pika to do anything recently? Those guys are improving tremendously, I will tell you, right? Things that you thought would have taken weeks and months actually take a few days now. And the other organization that I did, yes, I'm getting on in age and sometimes I need my little national health insurance card. Went in there the other day, minutes it took. So there are some people that are improving using the technology. Scene 3, Jamaica becomes a Caribbean trusted hub for AI-enabled services. Not because we built AI models. So an AI model is ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini. Those are the large language models that most of us use. We have the ability here to become a global service center for using those tools to provide services for people all over the world. We have that ability, and those are some of the discussions that I think are taking place within organizations like Jamaica Productivity Centre. So Jamaica becomes a Caribbean trusted hub for AI services, not because we build models, but because we became known for something more valuable. Trusted data, Keith just spoke about the data, responsible governance, skilled people, cybersecurity, excellence, and innovation with a purpose. Success is not Jamaica consuming AI, success is Jamaica creating value with AI. And if we get this right, we will not simply build a digital economy, we will build a more productive, more resilient, and more globally competitive Jamaica. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I don't know if you're taking questions at all. I don't know if you're taking any questions. But first, let me apologize for the quality. We thought that you've been able to see our slides, but a lot of the wording you're not. The people online are seeing everything perfectly, because I looked at the online out a while ago and they're seeing everything. But in here, yes, next time we need to put bigger fonts so everybody can see the words. So thank you very much. Are we taking questions? I don't know. Any questions? Comments? Any questions? Or you can stop us when you see us walking in the hallway. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay.
No problem. Welcome. Let's show our appreciation one more time for Mr. Record, ladies and gentlemen, and Mr. Robinson as well. I think we're going to be hearing from Mr. Robinson again a little later on. Yes, we have another presentation with him. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that thought-provoking presentation. And if there's, even just one takeaway from it is that, resilience today is no longer just about surviving change. It's about designing those systems and processes that are intelligent enough to evolve with what's going on and, just to ensure that productivity is at its peak. If it's even just one takeaway from the presentation. And I do hope that you are scanning the QR code, you're using it as well. And if you have any comments or questions about the presentation, please feel free to leave them. And I do have a question for you. What word or words do you associate with the word resilience? You can share that as well. And I do encourage you to answer all the questions being asked, because at the end of the day, we have some prizes to give away to you as well. We're going to check those responses and we're going to see, who has answered the questions, and we'll be selecting a person or two to give away some prizes courtesy of our sponsor, CariMed. All right? Now, speaking of measurement and progress, you will often hear members of the Jamaica Productivity Centre say, if you don't measure, you don't know where we are. And that important responsibility sits largely with the Research and Measurement Unit. And today we'll hear from someone who helps turn data into insight and insight into action. Mr. Alexander Smith is a research officer within the unit and will help us understand where we currently stand and how we compare through the lens of productivity. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and let's welcome Stephen Alexander Smith, who will provide us with some productivity updates.
Good morning, folks. We have a long program ahead of us, so I'll be brief. I'm timing myself for 5 minutes. There we go. So I see it on the confidence monitor, but not back here. At any rate, what a long and hard 6 years we've had. Multiple crises, multiple sources. We've heard a lot about the impact of Hurricane Melissa, knocking out 57% of our 2024 GDP worth of assets. That's quite a huge impact, especially for a small island state like us. But don't forget, things started out in 2020 with the impact of COVID-19, conflict in several theaters, particularly Eastern Europe and Southwest Asia. And then, of course, Melissa wasn't the only tropical storm. We had Beryl and then Tropical Storm Rafael right after, same year. Seems as if we keep getting hit and there's little to no respite. We're going to hopefully make the case that we can get resilient, that we can overcome those crises through productivity. But I'll just quickly say that productivity leads to quick recovery, the targeted use of resources, and it builds a basis for building forward better. I think we've heard a lot the phrase building back better. Not a fan of that. Not a fan of going back. Let's build forward. Enough flowery language. There are some data I'd like to share. And I was going to talk a little bit about what productivity means, but I did take a look at the responses on Poll Everywhere, and it seems as if we are of a common understanding of what productivity means. Basically, it is about how much you get done, so your efficiency, and how well it is done, your effectiveness, given what you put in, so your inputs, and what you aim to achieve, your goals at the end. You have to account for all of that. Now that dreaded quarter, October to December 2025. Due to 7.8% reduction in real output compared to the corresponding quarter in 2024, combined with a 0.7% decline in the employed labor force, we saw a 7.1% decrease in output per worker. That's one common way of measuring productivity at a national scale. Of course, this was associated with the landfall and recovery periods. Post Melissa. Let's see if we can compete with that music. So note, we have downswings in both employment and output. Usually when there's a reduction in productivity, it's because there's further employment than output growth. But in this case, we have downswings in both. And in this quarter particularly, we saw a simultaneous loss of assets and exit from the labor market, which means there are fewer workers and there's fewer persons in the labor force and fewer assets to draw from in order to push our recovery forward. So it's something to note. When we look at the situation sector by sector, we see that the decline was steepest among goods-producing industries. That was a sector that was hardest hit. When we look at the particular industries, electricity and water, major part of our infrastructure, accommodation and food, so that's highly exposed to tourism, and agriculture, our breadbasket, those were the hardest hit. Really was only upswings in one industry, public administration and defense. So basically, central government. That's good, but that's not the private sector. Not everything can be done in the public sector. I wish that were the case, but unfortunately, it's not true. Looking forward, we see further decline, but slower, 3.8 rather than 7.1. We also see additional exit from the labor force. And of course, this does not account for headwinds in this quarter, particularly the conflicts, the US and Israel's war on Iran, that hopefully is coming to a full end. Despite how I look, this is not a funeral. There are ways to move forward. Don't let the clothes fool you. Going forward, there are opportunities, given the situation we're in, to adapt our standards to new realities. We're not just having to worry about hurricanes, we also have to worry about earthquakes. I almost said earthquakes. We do have to worry about that, though hasn't hit us like the hurricanes have. We also have to, of course, consider the impact of conflict, of public health emergencies, other shocks that come internally and externally. With those new standards, we have to stress test our processes against the various shocks we consider. And then, of course, we need human resources to continue that. So we need to strive to retain our staff and labor force, especially considering that we are undergoing labor market exit. So that's something to really consider. If you're at a loss at what to do, don't worry, the JBC is here to help. You can always start off with one of our toolkits that you can find on our webpage. It's just a quick set of questions on what you do in your organization or what you do as a person. And at the end of it, you're given a quick assessment on where you're at and where you can go. Armed with that knowledge, you can always reach out to us for data or for a proper consultation. And at the end of that, we'd like to see every organization impacted put productivity improvements into practice. It's all well and good to send a data set or to do a productivity assessment or a workshop, but if it doesn't get put into practice, it's not just talk. With that, I thank you for your time. You can always reach out to us via email, phone, website, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the forum.
One more time for Stephen, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for helping us to put numbers to progress and for giving us such a clear picture of how we, size up and how we move forward. Thank you so much. I think Tamar here with us. Okay, I'm going to invite Tamar Nelson to join us on stage. We do have a quick presentation for Mr. Record, thanking him for sharing so much with us this morning, courtesy of our sponsor. Well, this package is actually from the JPC. Yes. Mr. Record, please join us on stage. We do want to thank you for all your insight and for a lovely presentation this morning. Thank you as well, Ms. Nelson. So our next session is titled Conversation with the JPC Team, the Productivity Agenda. Where are we and where are we going? And moderating this discussion, I'm going to re-invite to the stage Mr. Elon Parkinson, who will guide us through the conversation and, of course, introduce today's panelists as well. I'm going to just announce them so that they can be on standby. Joining the discussion, we're going to be having Ms. Tamar Nelson, Chief Technical Director of the Jamaica Productivity Centre, Jonathan Isaacs, Senior Director of the Jamaica Productivity Centre, and Michaelan Urquhart, Senior Director of the Jamaica Productivity Centre. Please welcome Mr. Elon Parkinson, who will, of course, introduce our panelists.
Thank you very much, Talia. Hello again, everybody. We are going to be talking productivity. Where are we and where are we going? I think when it comes on to this topic, quite often the definition of productivity is what most people detain themselves with. I think we understand that we need to have some forward movement around it, so that's why the conversation this morning is going to be encircled around just that. So, lively up yourself. It's just before lunchtime, but it's going to be a really immersive discussion, and I'd love to get your participation as well. We surely have the public being part of the discussion, and you're going to be seeing that a little while from now as I invite Tamar to join us, Jonathan, Mikhail Ann. They're all coming up from the Productivity Centre to be part of this very lively discussion, a conversation really on where are we and where are we going in terms of productivity. Are we set right? I think we need one more mic. Oh, let me just use this one. Oh, great. It's not so easy to take this one out. We could move the mics? All right. How many mics do we have there? Just 2 or 3? 2? All right. Oh, you have a mic as well? Okay. There we go. All right, so quite often the question is asked about, where are we going? And it's a solid question in the context of wanting to know where all of us stand. We put in collective effort every day, all of us. We get up, we go to work, we contribute to what we call national GDP. That's when you put all the efforts, goods and services together, and you come up with a figure. And then you deduce from that what productivity looks like, and you recognize that, well, we may not be moving the needle so much. Our panel this morning, you all are so immersed in this thing called productivity. Certainly from a research standpoint, you'd have taken so much feedback from the public, but mainly organizations, public sector, private sector entities that would have participated in the research. Most of us think that we are productive, but are we really? So we hit the streets of downtown Kingston, And we're going to be hearing from folks on social media as well, you know, about this thing called productivity. I'd love for us to start out with the Vox Pop. Let's just have the people instead of the personalities here with me. Let's have the people lead the discussion on this one. So we started out by asking this question, you know, do you think, I'm sorry, oh, they're going to show a video first. Okay, all right, so we'll cue to that.
Common questions that we found persons asking was, do you think we in Jamaica, in our workplaces, in our daily life, do you think that we're actually productive? I mean, I know what I'd say, but what about you?
Okay, so we want to ensure that the audience get the most of the message that's coming here. And of course, you see, a few of us are blocking. So we're just going to move these seats over a little bit more so that we don't sit down in front of the TV. You know how that goes. That can be the source of many a conflict. All right, everybody seeing the TV now? Okay, great. All right, so let's run the video again, and then we'll begin.
So one of the more common questions that we found persons asking was, do you think we in Jamaica, in our workplaces, in our daily life, do you think that we're actually productive? I mean, I know what I'd say, but what about you?
What about you? A common question, Tamar?
A very common question, and I think there was a paper written by one professor at University of West Indies some time ago on why workers don't work. And the thinking and the research showed, and we always hear this too, that Jamaicans, you know, when they go into the diaspora, are some of the most productive and talented. And we see it here too, right? So, you know, we don't lack ideas, we don't lack talent, we don't lack knowledge. And we have persons that work very, very hard, very passionate about what they do. But I think we have an opportunity as it relates to bridging the gap between the work we do and the outcomes. And that opportunity, you know, I said this just this week at UTech, is that execution opportunity or implementation opportunity, right? And I think that coupled with focusing on doing the right things the right way, I think we can have better outcomes.
Yeah, you talk about working hard, and I think sometimes it connotes, Mikhail, and a kind of servitude almost. You know, the moment you tell somebody, well, you need to work harder. I say, but boy, you know, then we talk about compensation, but you're not paying me enough for my work harder. You're not doing whatever else for me to work harder. And that's the general reflex. From where you sit, you do a lot of research and you collate the data. Is that term, work harder, is it something that people find repugnant?
So I think earlier we heard the term, so there's two things, working hard and being busy, right? And those are two things when we talk about productivity are not necessarily the key in where we want to be, but there's this phrase that we know that says, we don't want to just work harder, we want to work smarter. So when we think about the idea of being productive,
We will always say that yes, we are productive because sometimes we're getting the outcomes that we need. We're producing talents. Even in this room today, we see that the talents are producing ideas and things that can help us in our daily lives. The challenge, however, is whether or not when we work hard, we are getting the outcomes that we truly want, or we're getting the optimal outcomes. So the short answer to the question is that by working hard, we're not always going to be as productive as we can be. What we need is a combination of the hard work, the tools, the proper tools to get it done, the proper resources, and the right allocation of time. So when we think about productivity and being productive, we can say we can be productive because once we get an outcome, we're being productive. The question is, can we be more productive? And if we work hard, we'll get more, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we'll be optimal.
And in being more productive, I'm challenging you here, and Jonathan, you can jump in as well. Is it that we need to change the conversation to tell people that they need to work joyfully, that they need to work with some fun? I think sometimes we take such a serious approach to work itself that we don't understand that, as adults, we're still children in a way. We learn through play instead of, by rote, and all this seriousness sometimes that attends work itself.
Yeah, well, from the perspective of productivity generally, when we look at productivity, oftentimes we look at it as a quantitative construct, but productivity in and of itself also requires a softer side, if you wish.
Exactly.
And as you're mentioning as well, it could also encapsulate, being, if you wish to put it that way, even kids, the way kids learn to become more productive, they have to play, and so on. But looking even beyond that, the way we operate in a space, I mean, we tend to focus a lot on the numbers and as I said, the quantitative side of things, but at the end of the day, we have to ensure that it's a holistic viewpoint when we talk about productivity. For example, from a cultural side as well, do we have the necessary, the state of mind? So even the quality with which persons are functioning.
Yes.
Do they have the necessary resources? All of those elements. So it's beyond just the hardcore technical and the quantitative stuff. That is important. However, that is what is going to create the enabling environments for us to progress as individuals, as workers, as entrepreneurs, as students, to ultimately lead to greater productivity levels.
Sounds good.
If I could jump in on that one, I have an example. Just yesterday, while preparing for this conference, we have a number of interns, and I passed the conference room, and it was in darkness, but there was someone in there working very hard, and I said, "Are you okay?" She said, "I'm very productive. I've been very productive, Mrs. Nelson." And then she went on to say, in fact, if I had a blanket, I would not be in a chair, I'd be on the ground, and that is how I would work best. Why do we have to sit in a chair for 8 hours anyway? That was the...
Yeah, she's challenging the status quo.
So these are our Gen Z interns with
Yes.
us, and this is the workforce that's coming up.
Right.
And these are some of the challenges that they are facing coming in. So we have to really relook at how we are doing work and how we can be productive.
People are now understanding productivity differently, and we have to adapt accordingly. Let's take things on the road. We had our cameras out there asking Vox Pop questions, and now we want to share them with you.
Okay, so my question is, what tools or resources are in place for persons in all scenarios to physically and mentally take care of themselves before they even show up to be productive?
Wow, who wants to take that one?
So I guess I'll start. So Jonathan mentioned the fact that we always talk about the quantity, the numbers when we look at productivity, but there's also a quality side to it. Not in terms of the quality of the output that we get, but also the quality of the input. And the truth is that our labor and our people are part of that input. Now, at the JPC, we recognize that to be true. And even just recently, we have brought on some of our psychology interns to do some research, and you'll be hearing about it later, to understand what are those components that we need to add when we're building productivity measurement systems within organizations. What are some of those elements that we need to look at other than just how many hours persons are working and what they produce? But are we considering, for example, the environment and the engagement in which they're exposed to? So we're looking at not just issues related to motivation, we're looking at issues relating to absenteeism, their general wellness and their state of mind and well-being. And we're also identifying the gaps that we see between what management thinks is productive and what are the factors that actually workers say are actually going to improve their productivity. And we're already seeing, for example, that it's not just about the pay and it's not just about the money. Granted, pay is important, but people also want to know that the work that they're doing is being valued, that their input is being taken. And so we're looking to develop measurement systems that include not just the output, but also the environment in which those outputs are being created.
And just to continue on that same light, what countries are even doing now, instead of looking at GDP, or gross domestic product, you're looking at GNH, gross national happiness, as a factor for productivity, and that is now gaining a lot of trends. So
Jamaica has factored though. I think we're doing well on the happiness index. I don't think we have a problem there.
Right?
Right.
We're very happy.
Yes.
So we need to translate that now.
Absolutely. Yeah. Let's go back on the road now and let's see what our friends also have to say or ask of us.
What the government of Jamaica can do to make it productive, to make it more better.
That's a good one. Well, Tamara, you're going to have to answer for the minister now.
I don't know if Minister Williams wants to take
what Minister Williams? Yes.
I'll put him on the spot.
That's right.
But all right, so when we think of productivity, it's easy to say, you should be more productive or you should make this more productive, but there is no one body, there is no one entity that can really tackle the whole productivity issue. So the productivity is a team sport. It's like how you have the football going on.
Absolutely.
It's a team sport. So each of us have our part to play in that. So it's what can I do to be more productive? How can I be more productive today than I was yesterday? And how can I make tomorrow even better than today? And that is the question that we need to ask ourselves. So instead of looking to somebody else or somebody else to do it, we have to do it. So, and all of us collectively
right.
can do it.
And having asked oneself the question, though, Jonathan, I'm going to come to you with this one because I need to understand, the self, the productive self. How do I start out my day to ensure that I hone that productivity mindset? The simple stuff that we're doing now that may be causing us to be running behind time, not being organized, all of these things. How can we declutter?
All right, so I want to look at that from another perspective as well.
Sure.
So what about the stuff that they're doing, but they don't even realize that it's being productive? So for example, maybe coming here today, how many people planned a route in coming here? That's being productive. You want to maximize the inputs that you have. So for example, the fuel that you have in your vehicle, or if it's an electric vehicle, you want to maximize that charge. So you want to optimize a particular route to ensure that you are here, in for example, on time and so on and so forth, or traveling the least amount of distance with the resources that you have. Delving into your specific asks now in terms of things that maybe we can do better. A simple thing is basically, time is one of the greatest resources that we have, and that plays a big part in the whole frame of productivity as an input, as a critical resource. So even something simple, I like to look at productivity from the two perspectives, the efficiency and the effectiveness component. So how do you actually organize, even waking up in the morning, how do you organize your day? Do you, for example, list out a group of tasks, then prioritize them accordingly? These are simple things that can be done.
Yeah, absolutely.
And maybe at the end of the day, doing a simple evaluation: how well did I achieve, complete? Did I what was the quality? So the part of it, as Michaela said earlier, the quantity is one thing. So I can't say that I did 10 things today, but what impact did those 10 things have? Maybe
Yeah.
I could have done 2 that maybe led to a greater impact on the quality of
Right.
output for the day. So there are very simple stuff that people can do in terms of, and I'd suggest maybe even just starting with time, using that as possibly one of the greatest resources.
That's perhaps the greatest resource. As you talk about time, sure, as you talk about time, let me just ask this general question of our audience then. What's the first thing you do when you wake up in the mornings? All right, so I'm going to get a chorus, so let me narrow down to a couple of things. The first thing you do is pick up your phone, right? A show of hands as to those of you who pick up your phone first thing you wake up in the mornings. Be honest. It's just us. It's just us. Right? It's just us. All right? you turn off the alarm because, all right, cool, so you have to pick up the phone. But then do you ignore the phone after that? No, because you're checking the flurry of messages that would have come in overnight and so on. Right? All right, so yeah, I admit that's the first thing. It's the phone because the alarm wakes me up, and then you're almost tempted now not to only, either snooze or turn it off, but then you go further. All right, what happened overnight? Did I miss anything, and so on? That FOMO, fear of missing out, overtakes you. You find that you spend the next 5 minutes, it turned 10, 15, on the phone before you do anything else. Instead of even enjoying the wonders of nature, opening up the windows, right? Taking a deep breath, stretching, for example, and so on. Tamara, I hear that, Minister, you wanted to join in? Yeah, you can come on up and we'll be happy to. Okay. Let me see if the cameras, are they okay?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, please go ahead, Minister.
I just wanted to chime in on the question about what the government is actually doing in relation to productivity. And as pointed out by Director CTD Nelson, productivity is teamwork. It's a team sport, and it is multifaceted, and it requires. It is, in my view, rather complex, but internally, from an internal perspective, we know the government is confronted with exogenous, external factors that impinge on productivity. And you all mentioned the GDP, fall in GDP as a result of Brexit. But if we look at the government's activities and policies and what we have introduced so far, you could see the effort towards improving our productive capacity. Take, for example, the very AI task force that, your name eludes me just now, Chris Record mentions, the very introduction of an artificial intelligence task force to see how best we can use AI to improve productivity in Jamaica is a step in the right direction by the government. NIRA, N-I-R-A, is also a step in the right direction. Our digital, right now you can actually, our thrust to digitization, you can actually register your motor vehicle online without attending a tax office. The government is moving towards digitization. The emphasis is there. Our people need to buy in. Look at the very improving wages. In recent times, we have had significant improvement in wages. Our minimum wage is moving because that is one of the, we might skirt around it, but that is one of the reward factors that, make people happy and increase productivity. Our renewables, our thrust towards renewables, our public infrastructure, our highways. When you think of transportation and connectivity, we are expanding our highways. We are also improving the transportation. Well, I'm being an ambassador for the government now, but we're improving transportation. Look at the buses that we have been introducing. So recently, the Minister Minister Vaz, responsible for transportation, pointed out that we have had significant increase in revenues from the JUTC as a result of the improved buses, the AC buses, the better buses, the digitized buses, the access to Wi-Fi. All these are factors that are tending to increase and improve productivity. Hard training, our Art Institute, training our young people, and the list goes on. So the effort is there, but we have to face reality. We are confronted with exogenous, external factors that impinge on our productivity. Energy is one of our major issues, and we all have to face the reality, the cost of energy on production. And our thrust towards renewables, we are taking, and the government is taking serious steps towards renewables, and that is something that we have to look at carefully. So all in all, I just wanted to one thing I have to mention also, yes, our thrust towards flexible work arrangement. It was recently, Ambassador Marks, responsible for efficiency, innovation, and digitization. Pardon me? Madam Pace's. Yes, and staggered work hours. So we are making steps. We have the government, in my view, is serious about the productivity, but it is multifaceted, and it's a team sport, and it takes in different various factors and different facets and aspects of government. And when you put all of it together, when we combine all of it together and it coalesces, and it's coordinated, and it becomes coherent, and all the moving parts begin to work, then I am confident that we will see some degree, some improvement in productivity, and as a result of also the good work that our Productivity Centre is doing. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you very much, Minister. Important intervention there, and it ties into time management that we were talking about earlier. A subset, but an important one. Tamar.
So, by a show of hands, how many persons at the end of the day feel very tired and feel like they still don't achieve anything?
Sometimes.
Right? And you did a whole long list of things, right? And you're like, what happened? So I've been doing a little personal research into the area, and I just want to share a little bit of it. And, you know, the thing is, we have these long lists and we cross off, but is that really being productive? If at the end of the day we're tired, mentally drained, and still feel like we're not achieving anything. And one of the things that seems to be missing from that equation is the whole matter of the whole purpose. You know, the why. Why are we doing what we're doing? And once we keep that key, that whole list, what I've started to do is to use just the apps on my phone and tablet, reminders, and keep them in different categories. Right? So when something comes up, I stop trying to remember here, put it in a category. Yeah. And then in each category, prioritize for the day. Right. And then I tick off what is, cross off what is done. At the end of the day, at the week, I can look at all the things I have done, which category, so that analysis is important. And then sometimes you're busy the whole day and nothing gets crossed off. Oh, this was busy work, not productive work. Mm-hmm. So, we have to be doing things that lead to the goal, and that goal should lead to an outcome, right? So we're adding value through those activities. So it's important to keep track, to measure, analyze, and then improve continuously on that.
Absolutely. Let's go back on the road.
How can I utilize my time to be more productive?
Well, you can go play a World Cup. That's a start.
Yes, we have star ballers on our team.
Which team him would go play for, by the way?
We have to ask him.
Where is he?
Where is Brandon?
Brandon.
Oh, he's on the side.
Probably going to get some towels for crying for Brazil later. Maybe.
We not going to start that discussion.
No? But yes, his question.
Right, so as was said earlier, I think without belaboring the point, time is easily one of the greatest resources that we have in terms of managing that. And, when we look at productivity, if we're able to optimize that input, then certainly we're able to at least move the needle forward in terms of becoming more productive and so on. But I mean, there are several ways to do it. It's just a matter of awareness. Being at the individual level, I think we've pretty much highlighted from different perspectives how we might be able to manage our time and be aware of it. But I mean, I'd give an example. In the context of, for example, as leaders, managers, entrepreneurs, persons making decisions, one of the critical things, recently we were exposed to, different orders of work, for example. Mm-hmm. So, a first order activity is something that, maybe is not leading to a critical outcome. And maybe as a leader, could my time be spent better doing something more strategic that will, create a greater impact and so on. So it's really simply just kind of focusing on your time, being aware of it. How are you spending it? As Tamara alluded to just now as well, trying to have that level of analysis so you're able to see where the gaps are and be able to, improve accordingly.
All right, thanks for that. Let's go back onto the streets of Kingston.
Hi, my name is Ruthlyn Roberts, and I am an international relations student at the University of the West Indies, Mona. Now, I am currently doing my internship at the Jamaica Productivity Centre, and one of the questions that dawned on me and inspired me to actually ask this question is, what are some of the policies that will be implemented to measure the level of productivity here in Jamaica?
You can't manage what you can't measure. So let's talk about what the tools look like in terms of measuring our productivity. How do we apply those tools? Michaela, yes.
So I think that Minister Williams gave us a very good start in where he indicated how Jamaica is already making those steps to be more productive. Now, Tamar also alluded to the fact that we can't measure if we don't know. We can't improve what we don't measure. And so the first thing is for us to be able to understand where we are. So one of the things that we are driving is the idea that we need to have a more standardized productivity measurement and one that is more nuanced for the conditions of Jamaica. A lot of times we hear this narrative, and it's true, that Jamaica comparatively has a low level of productivity, and that's oftentimes based on the measurement. But when you look at our fundamentals and you look at the work that's actually happening on the ground, you see areas in which we're being very productive, in which we're improving our competitiveness, but it may not show in the numbers that we tend to use, for example, which is GDP versus the number of workers that we have. And so we need something that's more specific and more standardized, not only to capture the quantity, but also the quality of the output. So the first thing is to be able to have a more standardized measure that's unique to Jamaica. The first step in which we've done this is that the Jamaica Productivity Centre has been working as a focal point with the UNCTAD in order to develop the Productive Capacities Index for Jamaica. So that's one thing that we're currently working on, is to develop an index that looks at the areas in which we are being productive and the areas in which we have the capacity to be productive but aren't fully utilizing our potential. And we're looking forward. It's a project that has started. We're in the second year now, and it's a 3-year project. So that's one way. The other thing that we see happening even within the Ministry of Labor and Social Security is that we understand that going again to the fundamentals, not in terms of just the macro fundamentals, but also the micro, the people, is that we recognize that we have to have social protection and we have to have an environment in which people are skilled, people have the bandwidth financially and otherwise to be able to be productive. And so we are developing improved social protection programs. We're also seeing where increased education programs, The JPC works with organizations like the UTEC, like HEART, like CMU, to be able to push productivity research, but also to push education that is going to help students to be more productive. So those are some of the ways in which Jamaica is moving forward in addition to what Minister Williams said. The fact also in terms of the development of our transportation systems, we see more being done in terms of our climate change. That's very important. We're here talking about resilience and recovery. And one of the things we recognize is that in order for us to have speedier recovery, and our recovery from Melissa was quite speedy, but to ensure that that keeps happening is that we have to have institutions that are resilient, and they can be resilient if we make them more efficient and more productive. So those are also other areas in which we're looking more understanding of the climate factors that are impacting us. And interestingly, we also see work that's being done in crime, for example, I would say in terms of addressing the issue relating to national security. So we realize that every little thing is linked. It's not only what we see happening in terms of what's happening in the industries, which are important, and what's happening in tourism, but it's also what's happening with the people, how secure the environment is for us to operate in. And so I think the biggest thing that we're seeing is the changes that are going to infect that operating environment, not just the output that we make.
And when it comes on to culture, in terms of our own productivity, there's a thing that, the Jamaican culture is no problem, everything, Chris, that kind of thing. And people think it's an anti-productive culture. Is there any research, any finding that says, okay, so the culture may dictate a kind of laissez-faire, somewhat relaxed approach, however, it enables deeper learning, deeper thinking, deeper application, right? People may want to extend the day of productivity beyond 5 o'clock because they're a little bit more relaxed and they feel that they're more productive at a later time in the day than we would ordinarily expect them to be within this band of 8 hours. Is there anything that's showing that, well, we were probably sort of banding and streaming people a little bit too much, and we perhaps need to be more flexible, which gives way to things like flexi work?
So the great thing is that we had, I guess, a natural case study that happened about 5 years ago with COVID, and that really showed us what happened when we allow persons to be able to work from home, when we don't have to fight traffic, when they're working in various environments. And what the research has actually shown is that stress, burnout, bad health are the anti-productive issues. And if people are overly stressed at work, if they feel that they're being worked too hard, those are things that will actually limit their productivity. There's also the idea of, in terms of being in the workplace, the idea of a negative workplace or a negative work environment. That also has an impact on how people work. So you could actually be working with someone who is very productive, but if their attitude is negative, that can have negative impacts on the overall productivity of the company because now you're impacting other people. So there definitely is research to suggest that environments in which persons feel like they can be more relaxed, they don't have to worry. So a part of this, don't have to worry idea is because things are if you can say that things are taken care of. If you know how your children are going to be picked up from school while you're working 9 to 5 and school ends at 2 to 3 o'clock, that is an issue that can cause stress, can cause burnout, can cause you to leave work, to have to go pick them up. So there are those ideas. There's also the issue in terms of people who find it convenient to work at home and understanding that work from home doesn't work for everybody. So what are the factors that are going to cause people stress? But to answer your question, yes, the research does indicate that when people are more comfortable, when they are more relaxed, that you need work. And I talked about research that was done by our psychology student, and one of the things that she raised was actually that there is a concept among some managers, I think, that there's a certain level of stress that is required in order for work to get done. So probably if you're not being stressed, then you're not working. So that is an ideology that we have to change. But the research shows that stress and burnout is no good for productivity in the long term and the quality of our outputs.
Absolutely. Can we take another question from our cameras out there?
So my question to you, sir, is does productivity apply to the IT sector?
We just spoke about that, right?
I think that one was pretty much addressed earlier. I mean, but obviously, I mean, when much earlier we heard the narratives on that, but just to maybe put it in a little context, I mean, technological progress on a whole plays a crucial role when we talk about productivity. And especially as it looks at, you know, there's a concept of productivity, especially total factor productivity, where it looks at those elements or input elements that are not necessarily linked to just capital and labor. And technology is one of those critical elements. So the IT sector, as I said, I mean, certainly, I mean, productivity is something that, you know, would naturally apply there. And, you know, yeah, so just framing that within the context of productivity. Yeah.
In fact, you know, from a corporate standpoint, you now find that heads of IT are now sitting at the executive management table. Indeed, even at the board level, because organizations recognize the pressing importance of IT to operational efficiency. All right, so that's how seriously it's been taken. It's no longer sort of backroom department, and when you have a problem, oh, call IT. No, they're at the table understanding the processes and the procedures, how they're being implemented for overall operational efficiency, and recognizing the role that they play in accelerating those procedures and processes for advancement of entities, public or private. Do we have another? I think we do.
Outside of JPC, does the ministry have a productivity agenda?
Productivity agenda broader than us. Anything can be bigger than we?
The agenda is a national one, right? Not a ministry, not a JPC one. And, you know, with our newly constituted board, and I see a number of them in the room, you know, the approach is one that is looking at key pillars. One such is looking at education, right? Looking at our youths, the next set, you know, the next set that's coming up in our labor force. Are we ready for the future of work? How can we build productivity into the curriculum so that when they enter the workforce, it's not something that we are, you know, is just saying, or, you know, it's something that we can't touch and feel or understand, but it's now embedded in our culture. So we want it, as our minister would say all the time, we want it to be a lifestyle, you know, where persons know about it, can do it, etc. So, you know, we're looking at the education and partnering with our educational facilities, as you can see here. We're also looking at the measurement side of things, and to make that more readily available to persons, understandable to persons, that it can now influence policy, change behaviors, change actions, and ultimately change outcomes. So we have that pillar that we're looking at. IT and our digital transformation and AI is also another subcommittee that we have within the JPC, and we have industry experts in that group to see again how can we, you know, create a revolution as it relates to implementing digital technology and AI tools to be more efficient and effective. And as you would see, PSOJ is also one of our partners today, because productivity is also a key pillar of their strategic agenda as it is ours. So we are partnering with a lot, you know, beyond what you see here today, to see how we can get this revolution going, right? So you'll be hearing more today from various panels to see, you know, we're looking at generally here, but the people, the process, and what we can do to take it to the next level.
Absolutely. Looking forward to talking about the people. Let's get the final comment or question.
Over the years of working with the Jamaica Productivity Centre, what do you think prevents you from being more productive?
I think we did to that one in a quite elaborate way earlier on from you, Jonathan, in terms of the things that make us less productive. So,
Definitely.
You want to add to it?
No, not necessarily, but
Okay.
you want to?
Yeah, I could add to it. So there was something key in what Jonathan, when he was originally answering the question, he said that we have to try to find those things that are making us less productive or how we use our time. But the reality is that for many of us, even just getting to the point of understanding what we need to do next is really the hard thing. What is it that we're supposed to have on our list when we're doing it, how we're supposed to doing it? And so we have resources at the Jamaica Productivity Centre that can help you to identify those areas in which you have improvement. So we have the Productivity Toolkit, which is designed for businesses, is designed for the public sector. And you can go to our information desk and see that our kiosk as well to see how you can access that toolkit so you can do your own self-analysis, because Samar mentioned that you have to do measurements and you have to do your analysis. So the first thing is knowing how to start and what strategies you can actually use. So Jonathan could tell you all the fancy terms for the different methods like Kaizen and Kanban and all these things that you can do to help yourself be productive. But sometimes we don't know how to start that process. So I think it's a matter of getting help, using an app if you can find a productivity app. I know Blue Cube, it also has some strategies that we had the opportunity of utilizing and realizing how insightful it is. So take the time to, seek the information, and the JPC is a great place for you to start.
All right, Mikhail, and that was your call to action. Let me come to you then, Jonathan, as we close with your call to action.
Well, for me, I think it starts with measurement. I mean, ultimately, there's a sense of awareness that is required among individuals. So we have to become more aware of how we utilize our time. And, as I said earlier, time is one of the greatest resources that we have. And we want people to grow. I mean, it's all about continuous improvement, and it's a journey. It's a long road, but it doesn't mean perfection. So that continual perspective of growth, of improvement, and trying to be better each day, that's what we want ultimately for our nation to be more productive.
Tamar?
Start today. Productivity delayed is productivity lost, and we can't get it back. So, we are here today, we are hearing great things. What's one thing that I can do starting now? What's one thing that I can change with my team, in my organization? And, something I always encourage persons to do, can you imagine if everyone on your team and in your organization improved by 1%? It would be a win for everybody.
Tremendous win.
Tremendous win. So, it might seem incremental, it might seem minuscule, but what's one thing we can do? And that compound effect can lead to great results.
Absolutely. The call to action start today, right? As minuscule as that one thing that you may be ignoring, you probably know it, Yeah. Same question I asked earlier about waking up in the morning, first thing you do. Do you just turn off the alarm, or do you go into some doom scrolling, as they call it? TikTok and right across the apps, stuff that you could, really have waiting until a little bit later on. So think about your productivity lifestyle. Perhaps a personal productivity audit is in order. Who knows? What we do know is that next on the order is lunch. So I want to thank you very much for participating in this discussion. To our team members, if there are any questions that any of the audience members would like to ask, now is a good time, just before we go to the next order, which is lunch. I see one hand going up there.
Right, on that point of doing a personal productivity audit, like what are some strategies or frameworks that we can use to actually conduct something like that, and how much time do we need to actually, know that we've actually assessed our actual habits, behaviors to actually, implement the changes?
Let me share a simple hack with you. Use a clock, not your phone. No, seriously.
Right.
Right? So I have clocks in my house, right? Clock.
What's that? What are those?
No comment. Right? Right? And I do it primarily, I have them primarily because I don't want to always look at the phone to get the time. The moment you look at your phone to get the time, you're going to do other things. Right? So when I'm getting ready in the mornings, I'm looking at the clock. I'm not trying to look back at the phone to get the time to see how ahead or behind I am. I'm just keep constantly looking at the clock and I'm getting ready. You know, listening to the radio, doing whatever, or the TV, but just not focusing on the phone. It's simple things like that. It may seem like, didn't think of that, but yeah, you can apply it too and see what happens.
Useful.
Yeah.
Useful, for real.
Yeah, man.
Right, and don't forget the power of the hand. You know, just even writing down, you know, keeping track of what you're doing on a daily basis,
Memory.
like for a week.
Yeah,
and
it enables memory.
And then see how long it takes, and then assess what should I keep doing, what should I stop doing, and what should somebody else be doing for me, right? And that's a quick way.
Yeah. Minister?
Yes. I don't know if it will be addressed later on, you know, by any panelists. I should have checked the agenda. But to what extent are we addressing our minds to the question as to what extent has, you know, social media impacted our productivity levels? You know, you're raising the issue about getting up in the morning and the first thing you do is grab the phone. How does it impact on, you know, promptness, you know, people reaching work on time, the use of social media at work? I've been to some institutions or agencies, and when I enter the institution to get business done, the person who is attending to me is on a live.
Yes.
TikTok
yeah,
live.
that happened to me already.
The person is on live and the person is at work.
Why are you disturbing the person, Minister?
Exactly. And I saw it and I'm wondering, wow. So, you know, it might be a little challenging, but, you know, to what extent is the use of social media impacting our productivity levels? Because it does have I think it plays it has a significant impact in my view, but it has not been assessed or measured by me. Of course, we have to leave that to the scientists, the social scientists.
Yeah, it's addictive, really. It's addictive, and you just have to keep scrolling because the thing you're looking for could be the next one. So every time you say, okay, 5 minutes for social, and you hit 4 minutes and 50 seconds, and you say, but hold on there. I'm getting close. It looks like I'm going to get the content. It's that high that you're looking for that you almost always never get. But the algorithm is set in such a way that it keeps feeding that insatiable appetite for content. And of course, you've just wasted 35 minutes, just like that. Yeah. Right. Perhaps one word that I tend to apply, which is discipline. Really. And we need to teach people about what's important. And that's why I started off by just even, you know, using a clock, right? What's important is for me to get ready for work or to wherever I'm going, right? Social media is not important, but I understand as well that the temptation will be there. If I check the time and there's a pop-up notification, I am going to engage it, so I avoid it. Hi, could you please stand and tell me your name? Yes, an organization.
Okay, my name is Robert Williams. My question, it kind of stems from everything I've been hearing so far.
Yes.
So how do we cut through the gap between busyness and productivity, right? Because when it comes down to having a productive lifestyle or a mindset around productivity, you find yourself in a rut where you're doing a lot of things, but you don't, as mentioned before, you don't feel productive. And then that affects you, could say, mentally, or demotivates you in actually reaching that place of actual productivity. So what I'm really asking is, how do you do that process of cutting out business and honing in on productivity.
Yeah. Who wants to take that?
So I hear Jonathan saying strategy, and strategy is the ultimate tool. So it's more than just putting together a checklist of items that you have to do. You have to have a more intentionality behind it. So you need to prioritize, for one, what are the tasks that you have to do, the tasks that have to be done by you, and then those tasks that are going to have meaningful outcomes. There's also an idea of being able to break down those bigger goals and those bigger tasks into measurable things that you can actually see, because I know Tamar mentioned the idea that at the end of the day, you're doing so much work and you've never accomplished a task. But what you need to understand is if those smaller tasks that you were doing were actually leading up to you meeting a deadline for that bigger goal. So you want to be able to prioritize the things that are actually important, that prioritize the things that you have to do yourself, or whether or not you can find someone else who can do it better and help you do it. And then there's also understanding how you can utilize tools or technology to actually help you do those things better.
And just to also add to what Michaela just actually said, is that even though we're talking about productivity, you have to remember too that we are still human beings. So we don't want to be at 100% of the time, right? So we still need to factor in breaks, rest, and that is being productive, right? So sometimes we feel that, okay, I cannot move from the table. I have, and you are doing 8 hours, and then you're slowing down, and you see yourself slowing down, and you're still beating yourself up to fit. But by taking a walk around the block and come back, that oxygen and the change of scenery gives you so much insight. You figure out the problem, you come back energized, you finish it in 2 minutes, so we have to also bear that in mind.
Yes. Another thing I'd say is that just do nothing. I do that all the time. Like, if things getting too busy, we need to get you to sign this, do that. I'm like, no, I'm not doing anything. And at the end of the day, nothing really happened anyway. I didn't do it, and it didn't affect anything, the outcome of anything. Because sometimes the business that people expect of you doesn't really move the needle on a lot of things, right? But you are supposed to be busy because you're at a certain level of decision making and strategic thinking, and as such, you must be constantly occupied. Not necessarily because the output might not be all there.
I definitely agree with that. There are situations where I'm like doing a bunch of stuff and I'm saying, okay, I need to do stuff, but then there are other times where I want to do like one thing and I move way further ahead than I would on other days where I'm trying to push.
There you go.
But how...
You have to ignore the noise sometimes, because I remember when I joined an organization at a very senior level, and days into joining the organization, I reported to the CEO. I got an email from someone who just wanted a bunch of stuff done. And I reached out to him. I actually walked into his office and I said, well, what's up with all of this? And I'm just saying, Elon, ignore that. I said, what do you mean? He said, no. I said, look, some people just go and find work for you to do and for them to do, right? Just ignore it. And that was it. He said, don't answer the email, just ignore it and move on. And I learned from that because throughout my corporate career, I've seen so many, it's easy now for me to identify it. The moment I see certain tasks coming in or requests, I'm like, okay, all right, cool. Yeah, and focus.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right. And speaking of focus, I think, that part of our body is only focused on one thing right now. So it's time for lunch. I think this was a very engaging and informative conversation. I want to thank our panelists, Michaela and Jonathan, Tamar, who heads the Productivity Centre. Do keep in touch, please. Follow us on social media, super important, so you can find out about all the activities that we're doing there. The members of the advisory board of the JPC, they're also here as well. Our deputy chair is standing. No, not for recognition, but that's her. That's Imega Breeze Magan's way of being productive. And that helps too. Get up sometimes, stand up, walk about the office, think about the task that you have, and you'd be amazed at how the creative juices get going, as much as, of course, the ones in our stomach are now going for lunch. So do enjoy, the gastric ones, yes, do enjoy, and we'll reconvene shortly. Thanks. Talia?
All right, another round of applause, please. Thank you so much, Mr. Parkinson, Elon Parkinson, our moderator. Our panelists, Shamar Nelson, Jonathan Isaacs, and Michaelan Urquhart. Thank you so much for such an engaging and insightful conversation. Tech team, I'm going to ask you quickly just to place back poll everywhere, the QR code on the screen while we take photos. As we would love to hear from you, any takeaways that you have, any comments as well. And those who have joined us online, we do invite you at this time to drop those comments. Any additional questions, I would just direct it to one of our panelists in the interim. And anything just on the productivity agenda that you want to share at that time. And I also have a question for you that you can complete during our lunchtime. How will you improve your productivity and resilience today? So you can answer the question, how will you improve your productivity and resilience today? And remember, we'll be tallying up the scores at the end of the day for giveaways courtesy of our sponsor, Caramed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for lunch. Let me just remind you that those who are seated, you will be served. All right? Only if you are seated, you will be served. I also want to invite those who are at our booths. You can take a seat as well at one of our tables. And we do invite you to join us for lunch. So please enjoy the break, continue the conversations, and encourage everyone just to take some time to visit our booths and engage with our exhibitors and partners. If it is you are the driver of any of these vehicles you are blocking, we're kindly asking you to move your vehicle. 7685LQ. That's 7685LQ. We also have 0458LJ. So that's 0458LJ and 0398LP. 0398LP, you are blocking. We're kindly asking you to move your vehicles immediately. So during lunch, we'll also be hearing from some of our past competition winners. So stay connected to the program. And as I mentioned, kindly note that those who are seated at tables will be served. And providing the soundtrack to our lunch experience is our talented performer. So let's welcome violinist Gabriel Clark Bailey, who will be entertaining us during lunchtime. So enjoy lunch, and we will be back shortly.
Hi, I am Davia Brian Campbell, CEO, founder of EduHub Company Limited, and a proud recipient of the Jamaica Productivity Award. In 2024, I entered the entrepreneurship category with my application, Easy Teach AI, an AI-powered lesson builder that enables educators to create, customize, and share lessons within minutes, saving them at least 20 hours per week. I want to say a big thank you to the Jamaica Productivity Centre for the opportunity to share my idea and to be able to use the funds to launch Easy Teach AI. 2 months ago, we launched our application in collaboration with the Jamaica Teachers Association. And today, it is available to all teachers across Jamaica and the wider Caribbean. Thank you, JPC.
What if you could take a critical, multi-million-dollar travel sector, completely eliminate 3 to 4 months of manual bottlenecks, and compress it in an entire pipeline of under 24 hours? Hi, I'm Norval Mendez, co-founder and chief innovative officer at WhatsApp. For too long, work and travel agencies have run on chaotic spreadsheets, endless email trails, and disconnected tools while trying to move thousands of young people across border every season. Now we've built a platform to replace all of that. For agency, it is a one-click onboarding. In seconds, their full program environment goes live under their own branding and domain. And from one control center, they can instantly process visas across summer work and travel, H2B, internship, among other programs, handling payments, flight logistics, and other important steps within the process, including service management, without patchwork of third-party tools. To date, WhatsApp has independently processed over 8,000 participants globally, managing millions in transaction volumes. Our ecosystem completely automates the hardest part of travel, handling everything from commercial flight booking to cross-border tax compliance in one click. But we didn't get here alone. In 2024, the Jamaica Productivity Centre recognized our early vision on awarding us first place in the innovative competition. The JPC didn't just give us an award, they gave us the platform, validation, and a mandate to prove that Jamaican tech can dominate on a global stage. That backing was the exact catalyst we need to transition into a high volume commercial entity. This isn't a software that one agency manages 1,000 participants. This is an infrastructure for over 100 agencies globally to securely manage hundreds of thousands of participants without breaking a sweat. As we scale to positively displacing 1 million travel over the next 5 years, we want to know how you can partner to help us accelerate our goal. A big thank you to the Jamaica Productivity Centre, the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, other partners, and also all the agencies who took a leap of faith in our system from the beginning and still on board with us. We truly appreciate every click of the way. Thank you.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, please be reminded that for lunch to be served, you need to be seated. So I'm kindly asking you all just to take your seats. Just to take your seats at this time. I know that we want to interact with each other. We want to engage. But we're trying to have a productive day. And we're a little bit behind the time as well. So at this time, I'm kindly asking you all just to take your seats. If it is that you are a part of one of our exhibitions today, we invite you just to join a table if it is that you see an empty seat. And as I mentioned earlier, we're going to be hearing from a few of our past winners. So while it is that we are enjoying lunch, I invite you to turn your attention to the screen. We're going to be hearing from a few of our past winners as well. And we do have a bit of entertainment while we enjoy lunch. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and let's re-invite violinist Gabrielle Clark Bailey. Put your hands together for her, make her feel welcomed as she's going to entertain us during our lunchtime.
Hi, I am Davia Brian Campbell, CEO founder of EduHub Company Limited and a proud recipient of the Jamaica Productivity Award. In 2024, I entered the entrepreneurship category with my application, Easy Teach AI, an AI-powered lesson builder that enables educators to create, customize, and share lessons within minutes, saving them at least 20 hours per week. I want to say a big thank you to the Jamaica Productivity Centre for the opportunity to share my idea and to be able to use the funds to launch Easy Teach AI. 2 months ago, we launched our application in collaboration with the Jamaica Teachers Association, and today it is available to all teachers across Jamaica and the wider Caribbean. Thank you, JPC.
What if you could take a critical, multi-million-dollar travel sector, completely eliminate 3 to 4 months of manual bottlenecks, and compress it in an entire pipeline of under 24 hours? Hi, I'm Norval Mendez, co-founder and chief innovative officer at WhatsApp. For too long, work and travel agencies have run on chaotic spreadsheets, endless email trails, and disconnected tools while trying to move thousands of young people across border every season. Now we've built a platform to replace all of that. For agency, it is a one-click onboarding. In seconds, their full program environment goes live under their own branding and domain. And from one control center, they can instantly process visas across summer work and travel, H2B, internship, among other programs, handling payments, flight logistics, and other important steps within the process, including service management, without patchwork of third-party tools. To date, WhatsApp has independently processed over 8,000 participants globally, managing millions in transaction volumes. Our ecosystem completely automates the hardest part of travel, handling everything from commercial flight booking to cross-border tax compliance in one click. But we didn't get here alone. In 2024, the Jamaica Productivity Centre recognized our early vision on, awarding us first place in the innovative competition. The JPC didn't just give us an award, they gave us the platform, validation, and a mandate to prove that Jamaican tech can dominate on a global stage. That backing was the exact catalyst we need to transition into a high volume commercial entity. This isn't a software that one agency manages 1,000 participants. This is an infrastructure for over 100 agencies globally to securely manage hundreds of thousands of participants without breaking a sweat. As we scale to positively displacing 1 million travel over the next 5 years, we want to know how you can partner to help us accelerate our goal. A big thank you to the Jamaica Productivity Centre, the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, other partners, and also all the agencies who took a leap of faith in our system from the beginning and still on board with us. We truly appreciate every click of the way. Thank you.
I am Carol Thorpe, and today I'll be presenting the research on standardizing productivity measurement in Jamaica, conducted by Sasha Whitehorn. This research was completed as a part of the requirements for her Applied Psychology Master's program at the University of the West Indies. During this presentation, I will provide a brief overview of the background of the research, its purpose, the key findings from a needs assessment, and the recommendations for developing a standardized productivity measurement and tracking system. Productivity has been a long-standing economic challenge in Jamaica. For decades since the 1980s, we have seen where the labor productivity has declined by an average of 1.5% each year, a trend linked to the persistent perception that productivity is synonymous with hard work measured by long hours rather than actual output. Given this disconnect between perceived efforts and actual output, research has shown that non productive behavior is increasingly seen by workers as a rational survival response to their working conditions. In essence, broadening how we define and recognize productivity beyond sheer output or hours worked can actually help people to stay engaged rather than to disengage entirely. Therefore, to achieve resilience, be powered by process, and focus on productivity, organizations must foster supportive work environments and effective systems that actually drive sustainable productivity rather than rely on long hours or any exploitative practices. This partnership between the Jamaica Productivity Centre and the Department of Sociology, Psychology, and Social Work aim to support the development of a standardized productivity measurement and tracking system that balances organizational performance needs with employees' lived work experiences. The expected outcome of the practicum was to establish objectives of a standardized measurement system to report and track productivity. To achieve this goal, the following activities were undertaken: conducting a needs assessment using a survey to understand employees' perception of productivity indicators, reviewing international best practices for standardized productivity measurement and tracking systems, as well as generating insights to inform the design and development of said system. In order to conduct the needs assessment, the researcher develops a survey based on a review of the relevant literature on human factors that influence productivity. The survey assessed respondents' perception of six indicators: motivation, engagement, stress, perceived fairness, working conditions, and a capacity to perform. The findings from the survey showed that the most frontline employees viewed productivity as being driven more by engagement, motivation, and supportive working conditions, rather than by perceived fairness and a capacity to perform. These findings also showed that management believed that all six indicators are associated with productivity. The primary recommendation for the development of a standardized productivity measurement and tracking system involves the Jamaica Productivity Centre having a research officer from the Research and Measurement Unit conducting further research on the human factors that influence productivity. Based on these findings, the organization should then develop a multidimensional productivity scale that includes both operational performance indicators and human factors, ensuring a more comprehensive approach to productivity measurement. Lastly, the proposed scale should be trialed and validated across different employee groups before full implementation by evaluating it with managers and non managerial staff. Together, these recommendations will support the creation of a robust, evidence based productivity measurement system that reflects both organizational objectives and employee experiences. Thank you for listening.
Everybody gather round. Everybody gather round. Productivity, more profits for you and me. Productivity, better goods and services. Productivity, more profits for you and me. Productivity, better goods and services. We're working, and I'm doing more with what I have to work with, yeah. We're working, and if I do my part, everything grows here. If we work with one another, then we can change the world. A better future is mine today. Productivity, more profits for you and me. Productivity, better goods and services. Productivity, more profits for you and me. Productivity, better goods and services. Everybody gather round. Work together, together. Everybody gather round. Work together. Vision 2030, one Jamaica.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. Now, while you are enjoying lunch, we will be having a presentation. And throughout today's conversations, we have explored productivity, resilience, and the systems that help nations and institutions thrive in times of change. Our next presenter challenges us to think even deeper, not simply about solving problems, but about creating systems that continue to perform and, of course, to help increase productivity. Dr. Alan Barnard is an internationally recognized decision scientist, entrepreneur, author, and keynote speaker. And he is the founder and the CEO of Gold Rat Research Labs, a research and innovation company he co-founded as well. And he's particularly known for his research on organizational resilience and anti-fragility, the ability of institutions and businesses to become stronger through disruption, uncertainty, and change. And his presentation, the topic is the institutional foundations of national recovery, why systems matter more than solutions. So you can put your hands together for him and let's welcome him. He's joining us online.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm going to share my screen. Sorry, I didn't get any feedback that I should start. I'm going to be sharing my screen. Can somebody just give me an indication if they can see my screen? There should be a PowerPoint from fragile to robust to anti-fragile. Can I just get a verbal yes that you can see my screen and can hear me okay?
Yes, we can see your screen. Thank you.
Can I start? Can somebody just confirm that you can hear me okay and can see my screen?
Yes, you may begin, sir. We can see your
Good morning,
screen. You can
everyone.
go ahead.
My name is Dr. Alan Barnard. I'm CEO of Gold Rat Research Labs. It's a great honor to present this today to you. The title of my presentation is From Fragile to Robust to Anti-Fragile. A brief introduction, my company is called Gold Rat Research Labs. I co-founded the company back in 2008 with Dr. Ellie Goldratt, who was the creator of Theory of Constraints and author of the book The Goal, that has become one of the most 150 read books of all time. Our research lab just focuses on answering two questions for organizations we work with. How much better can you do and how best to do better? What's the simplest, fastest way and lowest cost and lowest risk way to do better? Our customers have included some of the largest private companies, public companies, but also government agencies and non-for-profits all around the world. So let's start with what's the major challenges. Why is it that so many change initiatives take so long, and why do most fail? That is a horrific statistic. About 70% of all change initiatives fail to deliver the outcomes that they were expected, to deliver positive ROI. And that includes productivity improvement. Why is that? And a simple answer is that there are so many things that we can improve in the system. How do we know which are the ones that we should improve? Not can improve, but should improve. And I want to start with answering the first question, why do things take so long, with this very simple simulation. I want you to imagine that you are a very important person that is contributing to a productivity improvement or some other change initiative. And you are being asked a very simple question. How long will it take you to complete this one-day task that you are responsible for delivering? And the right answer is not one day. The right answer is it depends. So what does it depend on? Well, first of all, it depends on the variability in the task. And that is normally limited to maybe it turns out to be a little bit simpler than what we expected. So maybe it can take half a day, but it could also be more complex than what we expected, taking 2 or 3 days. What else does it depend on? It also depends on how busy you are, your utilization. And let me show you a very simple graph for that. So if you had nothing else to do, this one-day task should take you 1 day. So your utilization is there on the horizontal axis, and the time it takes to complete the one-day task is on the vertical axis. So if you have nothing else on your plate, you can start immediately, and on average, it will take you a day to do the task. So there's no waiting of that task in a queue. It's all doing time. But what if you're already 50% busy? Well, now that one-day task will have to wait in queue for you to finish what you're already working on, and then only you can start. So suddenly the 1 day has gone to 2 days. Well, what if you are 80% busy? The first 4 days of your week is already taken up. So it's now taking 5 days to complete the one-day task. What if you were 90% busy? Suddenly the one-day task grows to take 10 days. And what if, like most people, you're already 99% busy? That same one-day task can take 100 days. Now imagine a typical productivity improvement or change initiative requires a lot of people to do work, and most of those people are not sitting idle waiting for that work to arrive. Most of that people are already busy. They might be 50%, 80%, 90%, and often 99% busy. And that's why change initiatives take so long and why most of them end up failing. So that's the answer to the first question, is why do things take so long? Because a one-day task can easily take 100 days if you don't have enough capacity. So how do we analyze and improve and manage systems or projects in a way to ensure that we have enough capacity? And this is where the chain analogy comes in very useful. It says you have a chain, your responsibility is to make this chain stronger, to allow it to do more. Where will you focus? Now, the right answer should be that if my goal is to do 100, that could be to help 100 people or to make $100,000 or $100 million. I want to check what each link is capable of supporting. And I'm going to get 3 answers. Many of those links are strong enough. They don't need to be improved. They can carry the load of the 100. But some links are not strong enough. They are weak. And there's always just one weakest link. And this is an important differentiation, because when you look at your own organization, every single link in your chain can be improved. But if you try to improve a link that's already strong enough, it's pure waste. There's no results. If you improve one of the weak links, you're not generating results yet. You're creating potential that that link potentially could now be strong enough to meet 100. It's only when you find and focus on the weakest link that it actually improves, because that's where the chain is going to break. So you want to, if the goal is to do more to make that chain stronger, you want to find the weakest link. But here's something that most people don't realize, is that like real organizations, a chain doesn't have only one performance measurement. What if we want to do the work faster? Maybe we're already meeting the demand and we just want to do it faster. It's taking us 6 months to produce a passport that really is 6 minutes worth of work. What should we focus on now? Well, if we want to do it faster, we have to find the longest link and focus on that. And what if we're already meeting the demand, we're already doing it fast enough to be within the tolerance time of customers, but we're just not doing it good enough. We want to do it better. Then we should look for the faultiest link, the one that's causing most of the quality problems or reliability problems. And what if we're already meeting the demand, we're doing it fast enough, good enough, but it's just too expensive. This chain has become too expensive, too heavy. Then we should find and focus on the heaviest link. And lastly, any of those links that was added over time that has made the system very complex, whenever we find an unnecessary link, we should remove it, because that will make the chain simpler. And when we remove unnecessary links, the whole chain becomes stronger, the whole chain becomes shorter, better, and cheaper, less waiting. So that's the first practical advice that I want to give you, is be very clear what the goal of the system is, and specifically the goal for your part of that system. If you're not meeting the demand that's being placed on you, whether you are a production unit or whether you are the human resources or whether you are finance or legal or procurement, your focus should be to do more until you meet the demand by finding your weakest link, your bottleneck. But maybe you're already meeting the demand. What should you focus on then? Is there a benefit to do it faster? If there is, then focus on the longest link. Or better, find the faultiest link. Or cheaper, find the heaviest link and lighten that. Or simpler, find and remove unnecessary links. So that's one part of the story, is how do I go from the many things I can improve to the few I must and the one I should start with first. But now I want to talk about something even more important, which is, why are so many organizations so fragile? Why does it take us so long to recover from big stressful events in the system? And sometimes, why can we never recover? So there was a book written around 2011 by Nassim Taleb. It's called Anti-Fragile. And he gave a beautifully simple way of evaluating organizations. He said, rather than look at how effective or efficient or compliant you are, what we should do is to see how fragile you are. I want you to imagine this graph. The vertical axis is the impact that a stress has on the system. So above the horizontal line is a positive impact. So that means productivity has gone up or profitability has gone up, or you helping more people if it's a non-for-profit. Below the line is a negative impact. Your productivity has gone down, your profitability has gone down, your throughput has gone down. And the horizontal line is the stress. And I want you to think about what will be the stress response for a typical system. Do we think that it's a linear line, sort of a 45-degree angle that crosses that center point, that basically says the bigger the positive stress, things that happen better than expected, so we ended up having more demand than we expected, getting more sales, maybe our cost was lower than expected or our investment was lower. Is the impact, the positive impact, is it linear? And if we add a negative stress, maybe we sell less than we expected or our costs were higher, what does that stress response look like? And what Nassim Taleb showed us that most systems don't have a linear stress response. They have this kind of concave stress response. It looks like a frowning face. And that basically means, imagine you're a small business. If you get 10% more customers, you'll make much more money. You get 20%, you'll make even more. But you get more than 30% and you have a capacity problem. You can't supply more than 30%. So you have limited gain when it comes to positive stresses. You gain up to a point where you hit some constraint, and after that, the thing flatlines until you can add capacity. But what will happen if you lose 10% of your customers, and then 20, and then 30, and then maybe 50, is that there's almost unlimited pain. So any system that is harmed more by a negative stress than what it benefits from a positive stress becomes fragile. They get worse and worse over time. And we can apply this also to a person. Any person that is harmed more by having a bad day than what they benefit from having a good day, even if they have the same amount of good days and bad days, or even more good days than bad days, because the net impact compounds over time, they can become clinically depressed and even suicidal. That's the equivalent of a business or an organization getting worse and worse and worse and maybe fall into bankruptcy. So what is the opposite of fragile? We think it's robust. Robust has this kind of sigmoidal or S-curve response. So it's found some way to limit the pain of a negative stress. You can see it sort of flat lines on the negative side. But unfortunately, those same mechanisms often also flatlines the gain. So it has both limited pain, but also limited gain. So what we're really looking for is we're looking for something that Nassim Taleb called anti-fragile. It's kind of like a smiley face. It says we've put mechanisms in place that if there is a big negative stress in our company, we can quickly adjust to that and find a way of mitigating that pain. But if there is a positive stress, suddenly the demand for our product or service goes up, we can quickly ramp up and we can capitalize on it. Uber is a very good example of a private company that has become anti-fragile. How did they do that? Well, they don't own the cars and they don't have the drivers on their payroll. That means that, yes, when demand for their service goes down, they are harmed a little bit, but not so much. If they owned all the cars and they had to pay all the drivers, that could bring them to bankruptcy very quickly. But they also have a mechanism to benefit greatly from positive stresses. So what happens if there's more demand than what they have capacity for? You have probably heard of surge pricing. Suddenly you get a little notification, you booked an Uber to go to the airport, and they say, sorry, demand is exceeding supply. It's going to cost you twice the amount that it would normally cost. It might cost you $20 to get to the airport normally. Now it's $40. That allows them to benefit greatly from a number of ways. Firstly, is if there was an Uber driver sitting on a couch thinking that it's not worthwhile to get up, they will get a notification to say, listen, we are paying double the amount of price. Get off your butt and go get into your car. So it instantly creates more capacity if you can offer more money for the service that you're providing. But it's also a very fair way of prioritizing. So if I need to get to the airport and suddenly my trip is going to cost $40 rather than $20, I can make a decision to say, well, I've still got a couple of hours. I might as well hang out at home. I'll wait for the demand to go down, and maybe in 30 minutes the price has gone down to $20. But if I need to get there now, I can't afford to miss my flight. I'm quite happy to pay $40. So during times of crisis, when people panic and overreact, this anti-fragile mechanism is a very good way of prioritizing who should you be serving that has a real crisis versus maybe not. And then the last, this is sort of a 2x2 matrix that you can use as a classification of what type of organization do you have. Is it a fragile one, a robust one, an anti-fragile one? A bipolar or boom-bust one is the opposite of robust. It can be called anti-robust. Why? Because it has mechanisms to dramatically grow the business or organization, but unfortunately, those same mechanisms can cause it to to grow cost as fast or to take more risk. And if you then suddenly have a negative stress, you can go bust. So that's the boom bust cycle. So to end up with, I want to just give a warning here of why I'm going to make a recommendation, my last recommendation. I want you to pay attention to those blue squares there. Do you notice something very interesting? That whether it's a fragile, robust, or anti-fragile or bipolar system or person, when there's small positive and negative stresses, the stress response almost look identical. They're all kind of linear. So the only way that I really will know if my organization, even my country, is fragile or robust or anti-fragile or bipolar is to expose it to big positive and negative stresses. But that's often too risky to wait for crises. And that's why my recommendation is for you to transform your organization, yourself, your relationships, even your country, from fragile to robust to anti-fragile. You need to do three things. You need to find a mechanism to limit the pain of big negative stresses like market downturns or natural disasters. You need to have mechanisms to capitalize on the gains of positive stresses, but you also have to have the courage to discard parts and remove cost and complexity that's not adding value. And a big opportunity for that is to build digital twins. So I'll show you just a quick example of this. We built a digital twin for the full global supply chain for Microsoft. And this is what it looks. So imagine it's almost like a computer game. You can run it for a whole year. You can expose it to positive and negative stresses. A negative stress, suddenly the demand drops, or there was a natural disaster, or port goes down. And you want to see how your supply chain respond. Is it fragile? Is it going to be hurt much more by that negative stress than what it could benefit from positive? Or is it robust? It can possibly absorb that. Or is it anti-fragile? It ends up, that thing makes it even stronger. You know, the statement of what doesn't kill us can make us stronger. That's for anti-fragile systems. And you can run the simulations and see how the different parts will respond. Do I have enough capacity everywhere? Or is a one-day task going to end up becoming a 100-day task? You can see if there's going to be shortages and surpluses, if there's currently surges or positive and negative stresses. So I'll end up there. I'll end my presentation. I hope this was useful. I know I went through quite quickly. I'll make sure that everybody gets the slides, and we'll open up for the panel discussion and any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Alan Bernard. Any questions? I know that we're giving our online audience an opportunity as well to ask any questions possible.
If you can just ask the speaker is muted, so I cannot hear at the moment. It shows that your microphone is muted. If you can just unmute so I can also hear. I have to do it via the Teams. I think the Teams is muted.
Okay. I'm not seeing any questions here in the room, and I have
Now I can hear you. Thank you.
So I'm not seeing any questions here in the room, and I have not received any from our online audience as well. Do I have a question? You have a question? Okay. Can you step forward for me, please? Yeah, you have to speak to him through the microphone. That's the only way that he will hear. Let me get you a microphone. Here you go.
All right. Hi, Dr. Bernard. I hope you remember me.
Hi, good morning.
I would say my mentor's name, but he wouldn't like it. Yes? I have to come.
Oh, no, you can stay here, but look there.
Oh. I didn't know it was so much orchestration too. Okay, for him to see me.
Yes.
Oh, he wasn't seeing me. Okay, great. You mentioned the company that's fragile, that's robust, anti-fragile. Then you spoke about bipolar, boom, bust. I got a good idea of an anti-fragile company when you gave the example of for example, like a Uber, they don't own the cars or the driver, so they get to bounce back better. But I wanted to have a similar example for what a bipolar operation looks like. How is that different from being anti-fragile?
So a bipolar operation or boom bust looks very similar to an anti-fragile one. Think about a startup, right? Like one of the AI companies. They might be growing very fast because the demand at the moment could be exceeding supply. But the mistake that they often make is they grow costs as fast as what they're growing revenue. And if suddenly they get a short period where there's not enough demand, they stuck with all of those costs and suddenly they go bust. That often happens with startups that get a lot of capital. They end up becoming very careless in terms of how they're spending money, and they end up having a huge cost base. They start employing people too fast. The counter to that is, imagine if you are growing your company and most of the work that needs to be done can be done by AI agents now, which only costs you a fraction. So it can make you anti-fragile because you can grow the company very fast without having to grow your cost base at the same rate. So AI is a huge enabler to turn organizations from fragile to anti-fragile.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Bernard. Any more questions, ladies and gentlemen? No? All right. Another round of applause for Dr. Alan Bernard for that insightful presentation and for reminding us that lasting recovery is not just built on isolated fixes. It's built on those systems and institutions and decisions that are made actually. Thank you so much. So I'm going to ask our tech team to get the QR code up, back on screen. And of course, you can share your takeaways, any comments you have about that presentation as well. I have a quick housekeeping matter, ladies and gentlemen. If you are the driver of 0458LJ, a red Honda CRV, 0458LJ, a red Honda CRV, or a red Starlet 3295HU. That's 3295H2. We're kindly asking you to move your vehicle immediately. You are blocking. So now we're going to continue the conversation, and to moderate our next panel discussion, please welcome Mrs. Imiga Breeze McNabb, Board Director of the Jamaica Productivity Centre, and she will be introducing our panelists as they explore resilient institutions, improving systems that power national recovery. Put your hands together for her, please. Let's make her feel welcomed.
So I did what the minister said. I stepped up right here and I was much more productive. If I were in my sneakers, I would have just ran up and, I'll say it some more time. Good afternoon, everyone. So I think Dr. Bernard, he's going to stay with us tomorrow for the panel. He's still online. So while we check on that, I want to invite my two other panelists, Delano Gaskin, who is the Senior Analyst at the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, and kept my company the entire time this morning. And Keith Lee Robinson, who we heard earlier from, founder and managing partner at TechBridge Advisor. So welcome them for me, please. So this is going to be very challenging because we're competing with you eating, but I understand productivity and proper use of time, right? So, but I'm going to ask some questions and still try to engage you. So, do you think that we are resilient as a country? Put up your hand. Are we resilient? Every time something happens, you hear how Jamaica is so resilient, right? We as Jamaicans, we're resilient people. I don't see the hands. Are we resilient? All right. Do you think we're a productive nation? I see one hand. I see two. I see four. It depends. I heard that. Do we think that resilience and productivity is the same thing? Is there a relationship between resilience and productivity? Well, I'm now going to turn over to my panelists. All right. I don't know if it's best to sit or stand with this.
Check.
All right. So, following on from the question I just asked the members of the audience, do we believe that being resilient is the same as being productive? What does resilience mean to you? Take it away.
Resilience. Dr. Bernard would have introduced the term anti-fragile. Resilience, you're not being broken. You remain active or you recover. Now, to be productive, you're creating your output and you're doing it efficiently. You could be resilient and not be productive because you're not focusing on the right thing. You could also be productive but not resilient because at the first disaster, you actually crumble and you cannot recover. And therefore, these are two traits that you need to work at to ensure that your system, your organization, your endeavor survives both productivity and resilience.
Okay. Do you agree?
Yeah, partially, yes. So I would usually take this from a technology perspective, right? That's my background. So a system which is, most organizations run on systems. And a system that is resilient, we touched on that this morning, is one that will bend and not break, right? So it adapts depending on different scenarios. So if you can have a resilient system that is not productive, because a productive system is one that gives you the output that is desired. Now, if you have a system that is not properly designed, it's inefficient. So it's not going to, although it's resilient, means that it will, react and adapt, but it's not giving the output that is actually desired. So that's my take.
Okay. Alan, are you hearing me?
Yes, I am. And I agree with both of the speakers. I think I tried to make it very simple. As the first panelist said, that resilience is the ability to how do you respond to stress, right? And you can see it after the fact. If you are worse off than what you were before the stress, then you were fragile. If you are the same than what you were before the stress, your performance, then you were robust. But if you are better off after the stress, then you were anti-fragile. Productivity for me very simply is to say, if I'm a part of a system, I can measure productivity based on what my goal is. If I'm not meeting the demand, I can only call an action productive if it helps me to do more until I meet the demand. But once I've met the demand, doing more is no longer productive. That's being inefficient, that's being wasteful. So when my goal changes from doing more until I meet the demand to now you have to do it faster, I should measure productivity based on, is it helping me become faster? Is it helping me become better? Is it helping me to be cheaper? Is it helping me to be simpler? So I want to make sure that we can all use that framework that says productivity depends on your goal and where the constraint is. If the goal is more, faster, better, cheaper, simpler, then you should measure every action of, is it moving you closer towards that goal or further away? And the simplest way to know that you are is to make sure that you're focusing on the right constraint. The weakest link, the longest link, the faultiest link, the costliest link, or removing unnecessary links.
So, when I heard Alan earlier, and I think someone mentioned that we have the cabinet next door talking about NARA, and that's exactly what came to mind, because I'm thinking, okay, this is a change initiative, right, in how we respond to future hurricanes so that we're faster and responsive. So I wanted to say now, so we apparently have some gaps in Jamaica, and the Prime Minister would have stepped in, and we heard how the public, I don't know if you're aware, but how the public would have responded when we talk about accountability. And I want to ask, in building this system of resilience, where do you rank as a pillar leadership and a governance and holding people accountable?
Well, that's a very interesting question. In reacting to an emergency, most persons would think, okay, something has happened, I need to react now. But the truth is, looking at what has happened, you don't just react. You have to plan your reaction. You have to ensure that in reacting, you don't put all your resources in one place while there are persons in other locations actually not benefiting. So it's a web. It requires consensus. It requires the government looking at it, assessing how it reacts, and then reacting strategically. Now, there must be some level of accountability, because you can't just pump resources for pumping resources' sake. You must look at what is the result of your action, the best course of action. Now, there are times when it's not simply, okay, let's do this, and it's a numbers game. You have to look at the outcome. A lot of times, persons will wait, there are 10 people over here and only 2 over here. Is that a good enough reason for taking that action? You need to know that once you're working as the government, or in terms of accountability, you need to ensure that what you're doing can actually pass some form of test. When persons look at you, look at your action, you can stand behind that action. And there must be measures in place, records. There must be a way that action is taken, that persons can say, yes, we took this action based on some data, and it's really about making decisions that can stand up to scrutiny, and they're basically results-based. So you can account for your actions.
Okay, I'm going to switch it a little because you're from the technology side of it, right? And I have to keep coming back to our latest emergence, was Hurricane Melissa, because that's what we all have. And I remember driving to Montego Bay and seeing people on the side of the road trying to pick up a service to use, whether it was Flow or Digicel. And I want to talk about our infrastructure and how do we go about having that not only resilient, but in an everyday productivity and improving our productivity as a nation.
Yeah, I spoke about it a little bit this morning, about a resilient infrastructure. Should be the foundation of anything that you're doing at your company, at a government level, all of that. Now, as it relates to technology, it means two things, right? It means it should be highly available and accessible. So what you just described was, a system went down and there was no backup system. And, what I learned is that there was a flood of Starlink that came into the company after that. Starlink is nothing new, right? Starlink has been around for over 5 years. So the fact that it was reactive, it means that someone wasn't really thinking about resilience and for infrastructure that everybody needs, because you can't really do anything You can't communicate. You can't do anything without, you know. I say for me, it's air and then internet, right? That's how important it is to me. So if it's not available, then I'm not productive. I can't do anything. So I don't know if anybody in this room or would listen to this, but I mean, I wouldn't be saying anything new. You have to take those things into account. Your system has to be highly available and accessible.
All right, so Delano, you sit in a very unique position at the Ministry of Finance. I think you have sight of projects, public-private partnership initiatives, and I want to ask, how can project appraisal processes better account for resilience so that we're not simply just rebuilding the same vulnerabilities after every disaster?
Within the PIMS process, there is the need to show sustainability. That's one area. So within the process, we need to know that you can actually sustain, keep the primary project deliverable alive. However, in recent times, there has been greater emphasis on what happens if the primary is not available. Resources, because a lot of times when persons plan, they plan for best case. They focus on best case, and they don't think about what happens when it is not at the best case. So within the system, there's a greater emphasis on projects coming through and having some sort of backup capability. So for example, if there's some sort of road work, is there alternative routes? Just ensuring that these things are there for IT systems. Business continuity is a part of the assessment. So it's not just we want to deploy a system that does A, B, or C. We ensure that there's some form of business continuity, recovery, and it's actually factored. Because, as Keith said earlier, if you have a system and it's there and it's doing what it needs to do and then it's now unavailable, what is that about? Keith?
No, it's useless. Nobody has used to it. It's a brilliant system, but yeah, at that time, the brilliance doesn't matter.
So
I have some comments, if that's okay, if I can quickly share my comments on it. We have, as leaders, we have three challenges. It's knowing, doing, measuring. Knowing means that we can clearly articulate the goal in such a way that everybody can check what they must stop doing and start doing to help achieve that goal. That's the knowing part. The second one is to get them to actually do it, right? It's often, it's not ignorance. We know that eating cheesecake is bad for us, right? It's not a knowledge problem or ignorance problem. It's the doing thing, it's actually doing it. And then the third part is measuring. And what I've seen is that, going back to your question about accountability, is we tend to measure performance, but we don't measure compliance. And as a result, when we don't get the performance we expected by stopping and starting, we will never know, is it because we changed the wrong thing or we just didn't comply to what we agreed upon? So for my recommendation is accountability has to shift from being accountable for the performance to being accountable to compliance. To say, as a group, we will agree the goal, we will agree on where's the constraints and what I can do to help, what must I stop and start, what projects I must stop because it's not helping, what projects I must start because they will help. But once we've agreed what to do, then we should be held accountable on doing that. And that could translate also for recovery after disaster. When you have a disaster that was unexpected, somebody should be writing down what is the procedure, that if this happens again, how will we know it's about to happen? What should we do? So that afterwards we can check, did we actually comply to our own procedure? Because if we didn't recover, it might be because we just didn't comply to what was already documented as best practice. So that to me is the three challenges: knowing what to change, actually doing it, but then measuring both the performance and the compliance and holding people accountable on the compliance side.
Very good points there, Alan. Yeah. So we need to document the lessons learned. We need to put them in place and hold people accountable to it. So based on those points, who believe that if we have a hurricane this season, we will be much better than we were for the last one? Raise your hand. I see only 2 hands. So does this mean we have not documented the lessons learned? We haven't put in the redundancies? No? Does everyone in here do have a risk management register? And raise your hand. I'm a little concerned, but only time will tell. Right?
Yeah, and I want to just take you back to that little simulation that I did. Imagine there's a natural disaster, and you have emergency response teams that are waiting for it to happen. Their utilization is 0. They can respond within a single day. But if that emergency teams are already 99% utilized because they're doing other stuff and there's not enough budget, it might take them 100 days to respond to do a one-day task. So the resiliency is highly dependent on how much protective capacity we have to respond immediately when something goes wrong. And unfortunately, in most government agencies, there's budget constraints. People are already overwhelmed and overworked, and that's why one-day tasks often take 100 days or longer to carry on. So part of the action is how do we put in that protective capacity so we can respond very quickly. It's not just about having the procedure, but it's having the resources available to follow that procedure without compromise when that natural disaster happens. But also on the positive side, maybe there's a positive event that happens. How can we quickly capitalize it, or are we going to miss out on it?
Thank you. As I said, some excellent points, and I see Minister of State nodding his head. And PS, I know you want to nod too, but you're eating. And I know Tamara is like, yes, I need more budget so that if anything happens, I am good. So this is just me as a director saying of Jamaica Productivity Centre that yes, we need to make sure that government has the budget to do what they need to do to respond in times of crisis and emergency, right? But I do hope that we're all taking heed of what is being said today and that we're looking at it not only from a business standpoint or a government standpoint, but from a personal standpoint. If I never had a generator where I was, or if some of you never had solar panels, right? We know how that goes. So as an individual, we also need to be prepared for these eventualities and also be resilient, right? All right, so I'm going to wrap and ask each of you a question. If you were advising the Prime Minister, who is next door, I don't know, somewhere close, or the permanent secretary in the room today, that they could focus on only 3 reforms over the next 5 years, what would they be? You can choose Ministry of Finance. I'm giving you Ministry of Technology. And Alan, I'm going to give you the Office of the Prime Minister.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I'm switching. Labor, the Ministry of Labor. And National and Social Security. Yes, thanks for the correction. Go ahead.
No, I could start. I would say what I've been saying all day. Focus on the fundamentals. Mm-hmm. Focus on the fundamentals of your infrastructure, the systems that you're using, your data. Your data is like the most important one, right? So if you focus on those things, you will be able to do things that are resilient. Because if you don't know why you're doing it, you're not going to, well, you can know why you're doing it, but you don't know how to do it. The data will tell you all of these things. So I would say focus on infrastructure, which is the redundancies, the high availability, and the data.
All right, for me, it would be the first is actually piggybacking on Keith's point. Having had all this infrastructure, one of the first things would be to utilize this infrastructure to have some results-based planning. Looking at where we want to go as a country, using this infrastructure. We mentioned the AI before, cleaning the data, we mentioned all of that. We have the task force. Looking at where we want to go and making plans for where we want to go. Now, that segues into planning. Now, we at the PIAB, we're all about public investment. And it was mentioned just a while ago, the lessons learned, the risk register. Realize that several times when projects come in, they actually neglect these parts. When there are lessons they could have learned to ensure that new investment does not go down certain routes. So we look at strengthening the whole planning, the planning capability within the government. Now, the third thing is we're looking at the human capital in terms of their ability to utilize resources, digital resources. So we'd strongly encourage using all these strategies mentioned before. It's not simply creating a new portal and automating something that might be inefficient. It is re-engineering, it is making that thing more efficient and then offering it to the Jamaican public as a new, improved service. Thank you.
Alan, your advice to the Ministry of Labour and Social Security?
Yes, I will share three things. But firstly, I have shared my slides with everybody, so you're going to get free access to my two books. The one is called From Fragile to Robust to Anti-Fragile, so everybody that's attending will be able to read that. And the next book is this one. It's called From Crisis to Catch Up to Keep Up. So just before this keynote, I was on the phone with the Ministry of Transport Canada. And I've given them the same three recommendations that I will give to you. The first thing is one goal. So for Transport Canada, what I recommended to them as the one goal is make sure that the transport system in Canada doesn't become the constraint to economic growth for Canada. Make sure you do not have bottlenecks. So the focus should be detecting and solving bottlenecks. That's my first recommendation. Have a clear goal. You can apply the same to the Ministry of Labour. The Ministry of Labour primary focus should be make sure that labour does not become a constraint to the economic growth of Jamaica. Make sure you have enough of the critical skills and not too much of the non-critical skills. So that's my first recommendation. The second recommendation is based on an assumption that not only every government agency faces a budget constraint, but that every company has scarce resources. So before telling them what to start doing, you should tell them what to stop doing. What can they stop doing? I give an example. I'm from South Africa, and we have a major budget constraint. So we looked at all the initiatives of government. They feel pressure to support every event. So for example, they have a Women's Day event, and they want to invest to make the lives of women in South Africa better. We had a look at their initiative. One of these initiatives were busing people in from the rural communities, giving them all T-shirts and lunch packs, taking them to a soccer stadium, having a music concert to celebrate women, right? That all seems, wow, the government is supporting women. My question to them was, in what way is the lives of women better after that event? And the answer was, it's not any better. So initiatives like that, which has the best intent behind them, should immediately be stopped because it will release budget and attention that can actually move the needle. And then the third recommendation, once you've agreed what to stop, because that will release the budget and management attention, then to find what are those few things that you should start that can make a big difference. Where is the bottleneck, and how can we help the bottleneck do more, faster, better, cheaper, simpler? That would be my 3 recommendations for any ministry. Have a single goal, agree what to stop doing, to release some budget, and agree what the few things are that can actually move the needle.
Thank you. I think we're all aligned to that. And I think based on some of the questions I asked before and the hands that went up, we all have some work to do when we leave here today to ensure that we are productive as citizens of Jamaica, productive businesses, and productive public sector. We all have to work together. I know we have our 2030, which is right around the corner, where we want to be that place of choice to live, work, do business, raise families, and retire. And that means being resilient and being productive. So thank you to the panelists, and thank you, Alan, for joining us online. And I now turn over to our lovely mistress of ceremony.
Thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for our panelists, please. Mrs. Amiga Breeze McNabb. Thank you so much, Dr. Bernard, for chiming in as well. Thank you to Mr. Delano Gaskin and Mr. Keith Lee Robinson. Thank you so much for your insight. A wonderful presentation. And thank you so much for reminding us that lasting recovery is not just built on isolated fixes. It's built on those systems and those institutions as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. My tech team, can I have my QR code, please? I'm gonna kindly ask you to submit your thoughts and your questions if you do have any. And we do have a few questions for giveaways. In the meantime, you heard it earlier, I'm going to remind you to follow JPC on all social media platforms. Twitter at Jamaica Productivity. I see where we also have Productivity JA as well. On YouTube and Facebook, it is Jamaica Productivity Centre. So we have the QR code. I'm going to throw out a few questions courtesy of our sponsors. I'm going to invite you to just answer them, and then we will announce the winners afterwards. So can anyone tell me the official Kendall tagline? Submit your answer online. So the first question, the official Kendall tagline. The next question, which is not a unit of the JPC? So we have, based on who you've seen earlier, not a unit of the JPC. You can drop your answers online as well. So you can just state which unit is not a unit of the JPC. My next question, who distributes Kendall? Submit answers online. So scan the QR code and submit those answers online. I need to give my online audience an opportunity to win as well. So who distributes Kendall? And then we're going to tally those scores. Another question. Tell us your name and list any of the 3 Kendall canned meats. So list any 3 Kendall canned meats. And I know that we have our representatives assisting us. So we're going to give you guys some time. Drop in those answers. And then after our next presentation, I'm going to announce our winners. Okay? All right. So now we're going to transition into our pre-panel presentation, or I think it's our final pre-panel presentation. And our first presenter joins us virtually. She holds an MBA in public service from the Mona School of Business, UA, and brings over 30 years of service across the Jamaican public sector. Her distinguished career began at the Ministry of Labor and Social Security and expanded across multiple ministries and government departments. And she currently leads work in industrial relations and allied services and has represented Jamaica and CARICOM at numerous international meetings as well. So joining us online, please make her feel welcome, Miss Gillian Corodas. Come on, put your hands together for her. Our first presenter for pre-panel discussion.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. And I just ask to be pardoned as I adopt the prior remarks of previous speakers, acknowledging Honorable Minister Colonel Charles Jr. and also Minister of State, Honorable Donovan Williams, Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Diane Jennings, Chairman of the JPC, Mr. Parkinson, and also CTD of the Jamaica Productivity Centre, Mrs. Tamar Nelson. So as we speak about productivity, we recognize that post-Hurricane Melissa, Jamaica has really redefined resilience. We cannot be ordinary and expect extraordinary is my solid message this afternoon. And productivity is an inside job. It's internal, and it requires each of us to commit to getting the job done, but getting the job done efficiently. It starts from inside. So I will use 6 quick statements to just open my discussions. We have to think global, notwithstanding our size as businesses. We have to think global. And as they say in Jamaica, we little but we talawa. And it requires us, secondly, to recognize that we need to digitize. We need to, yes, digitize. We need to rethink, reload, revamp the performance measurement. And we have to do this at the level of the individual as well as the level of the corporate. We have to also ensure that workers understand the conversation of productivity. We have to, thirdly, look at a mass education. We have to ensure that all our workers, employers understand what it requires of us to recalibrate. Productivity is not just getting it done, but it requires of us to be efficient. It requires of us to ensure that each worker understands how they fit into this jigsaw puzzle. And the employee needs to know how their effort improves the entity's overall productivity and national productivity. So every single Jamaican has to be able to have that conversation despite where they work. We need to change the productivity conversation into bite-sized pieces for our workers. And as I say that, we need to recognize that we should be in competition with ourselves to be a better version of ourselves each day as we work. So the conversation about work and the attitude to work has to change. The fourth point I want to share with you is that we have to teach productivity measurement in schools, yes, at all levels, in age-appropriate manner. And I say this to say that, as Minister Charles would have said in his opening statements to us, productivity should be a lifestyle. And it therefore means that we have to ensure that we teach those softer skills in schools so that we are building personality characteristics that will make the workers of tomorrow ready for the productivity levels that we expect as Jamaica. The expansion in industries, hospitality industry, entertainment, global services sector, the BPOs, they all show that there is investor confidence in Jamaica. We have 3,000 room hotels now. And we need to recognize that the social partners, the trade unions, worker representatives, employers, the government, needs to look at tripartism in a slightly different way. We have to measure the impact of our tripartite work. We have to look beyond just getting it done to ensuring that we sound the alarm, that each tripartite member takes responsibility for ensuring that we advance the entities, not just simply meet targets, but work efficiently. We also have to look at Jamaica as a small island developing state, as said. We are known as a sprint capital. We have to sprint in productivity. There are 3 levels of AI, for instance. AI that just gets it done, the administrative regular service provisions, but also AI that helps us with innovation, creativity, and ensures that our workers get to that level of innovation, that our workers get to that level of pioneering new solutions. So we can't simply settle for using AI to support lower level or lower end productivity, but higher end productivity in Jamaica. We should become a model of productive efficiency. As they say, Jamaica little, but with Talawa. And yes, we can do it. And we need to sprint towards being a global or world-class productivity center here in Jamaica. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Carruthers. One more time for her, ladies and gentlemen. And our second presenter, let's invite Senator Cavan Gale. Put your hands together for him.
Good afternoon, everyone. You know, today is normally a day for me when I sit at a particular side of the aisle, and those on the other side never normally agree with me. And I want us to agree this afternoon that productivity is very, very important for us all in Jamaica if we are going to survive. You know, productivity is not about working harder, but it's always about working smarter together. And why I say together is the fact that it has to be a collaborative approach. It can't be an approach where the demand is of the worker alone. And it can't be an approach that the employer has to invest alone. And this ship of productivity cannot sail without the government being a leading player and a driver in productivity. And, from the worker's perspective, productivity requires the skill set, the communication, the development, and the tools in order to survive. I always ask myself the question as a trade unionist going into the workplace, what is one of the biggest mistakes that an employer will make? And that is demanding more of the worker without giving the worker the tools in order to survive. Setting those targets, but not communicating what those targets ought to be and how you can achieve the targets. The workers don't own the systems. The workers don't own the outdated machines within the organization. The workers don't own the workflow. And the workers don't own the decisions that are made in a boardroom that is not effectively communicated. And so these things pose challenges. So an employer will design a system, set a standard, create some objectives, but don't communicate it effectively. And if it's not done effectively, and those factors are not brought into a set of cohesiveness, then don't expect productivity to be successful. And so that is the challenge. So the solution is not to pressure the workers to work harder, but to enable our workers to work smarter. Now, first, colleagues, we have to build trust in the organization. We have to build trust in the workplace. And trust is not a destination. It is a journey that we all must work towards. The second thing is that we cannot expect, with all these transitions that are taking place within the world of work, and the world of work can be changing as we speak today, as we speak at this moment. But if we are not investing in the skills of our workforce, if we're not investing in the skill of the labor force or just the worker in the workplace, we're not going to effectively pursue and realize the objective of productivity as a nation. We have to strengthen the employee's voice. And I know if there are any employers in here, they don't like to hear that, because strengthening the employer's voice is really the voice of the union representing the workers. But the workers must have a voice in the decision-making of your objectives that are going to drive productivity. The next thing is that it is always been said, what gets measured is what matters. And we cannot move away from that. One of the things I want to suggest leaving this forum is that when you go back to your respective workplace, no matter how large it is, no matter how medium-sized it may be, no matter how small it may be, let's agree to set a joint productivity council, where in every workplace we have productivity champions. This thing about hearing productivity once a year, and we are waiting on the World Productivity Day to talk about productivity, is not going to get it. We have to be talking about productivity consistently in the workplace. So, colleagues, productivity is not about working harder. It's about working smarter. When workers succeed, business grows. And when business grows, Jamaica prospers. So let us use today, tomorrow, and the next day, and the future, with all the challenges that we face with digitalization, changing the world of work. We don't yet define what the future of work will be, because there's a continuous change. But we have to equip ourselves with understanding the role of productivity. And we're an island surrounded by sea. And so we have to swim together or drown separately. And so let's use the opportunity to work together collectively in the pursuit of productivity changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senator Gale, for sharing your over 35 years of expertise with us in labor relations. Thank you so much, sir. Another round of applause for our pre-panel presenters.
Talia, you could have leave that one out.
I could have leave that. I don't want. Oh my goodness. I didn't age you. I didn't age you. No. He started at 10. Oh, wow. All right, I'll cut it down. You're 15 years of experience. Thank you so much, Senator. We do have some tokens of appreciation for some of our presenters so far. Senator Gale, you're going to stay seated because you're going to be a part of the discussion that's coming up soon. So I'm going to invite Mrs. Nelson. Could you join us on stage quickly to assist us with these presentations before we get into our final panel discussion? Reese is ready, raring, ready to go. And we do have a presentation for Mr. Delano Gaskin. Please, can you step forward? We have a token courtesy of one of our sponsors here today, CariMed. Thank you so much. And while we're waiting, please just remember to follow us on all our social media platforms. The Jamaica Productivity Centre, we're on Twitter, we're on Instagram, we're on Facebook, and we are on YouTube. And we also have a token of appreciation for Mr. Keith Lee Robinson. Please to come on up. Thank you so much for all the knowledge you shared earlier. And I do have to announce some of our winners. I asked a few questions earlier. If you hear your name or your username, I want to invite you to come side stage quickly. Congratulations, this is Lacian Griffiths. Lacian Griffiths, come on up, Lacian. We have a prize for you. You're one of our winners. Is Kenneth here? Kenneth, Curious Fox. Curious Fox. I'm loving the names today. Intrepid Wolf, Curious Fox. If you hear your name, just come to the side of the stage. I'm still looking for the Intrepid Wolf, if you are here. And last but definitely not least, Martinil Bartley. Mrs. Nelson, don't run away. I need your assistance with these presentations. And we have presentations and gifts courtesy of CariMed, Kendall. So congratulations to you, Lacian Griffiths, Kenneth, Curious Fox, Martinil Bartley, and the Intrepid Wolf. Quick photo ops. Yes. Kenneth, yes. We have a prize for you. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a few of our sponsors on display here. CariMed, Kendall more specifically. They're showing off their cheeses and their teas. The Caribbean Maritime University, Student Research and Innovation displays. We also have NovaCore Labs, bringing us an interactive experience with the robots. Blue, showcasing software to promote worker and institutional productivity. We have the University of the West Indies Student Research and Innovation displays. The University of Technology Student Research and Innovation displays as well. EduHub. Mrs. Nelson, don't run away. I have one more presentation for you, yes. Mrs. Imiga Breeze McNabb, please to come on up. We want to tell you thank you. We didn't see you a while ago. Okay. So we do have to tell you thanks as well. We have the Ministry of Health and Wellness here, sharing information about the Workplace Wellness Program. National Identification and Registration Authority, here to answer any question you may have about NIDS, okay? Thank you so much, Mrs. Nelson. Now we move into our final panel discussion, Beyond Labor Relations, Workplace Collaboration, and the Future of Productivity. And moderating this conversation, we have Director of the Jamaica Productivity Centre, Mr. Reese Campbell. He's a respected regional leader in digital inclusion, CSR, and sustainable development, and currently serves as president of the Liberty Caribbean Foundation and executive director of the Flow Jamaica Foundation, and he will introduce our panelists. So please put your hands together and let's welcome Mr. Reese Campbell.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mine is the unenviable task of keeping you all engaged this afternoon with the panel, because by now you've eaten, you've had your dessert, and I don't see any coffee going around. So what we're going to try and do is to have a very engaging panel. Now, first thing I want to start off and say to you is, I have gotten the bios of my panelists. And for a hot second, I thought of reading all of the biodatas. And I can guarantee you, their accolades actually exceed the time allotted for speaking today. So because of that, I said to myself, how can we introduce our panelists as simply as possible? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to introduce the panelists. I'll tell you what they claim their day job is. And then I'm going to ask a more intimate question that they don't know I'm going to ask. But it is very critical. And I can guarantee everyone here, you will want to know the answer. All right. That being said, let me start off by inviting Senator Cavan Gale, who is the President General of the Bustamante Industrial Trade Union. We just had a presentation from him. Come on up, Senator Gale. Mrs. Cordell Williams Graham, who is the second Vice President of the Jamaica Employers Federation. Apparently, I made a mistake here. It's Cordell Williams. Right. My apologies. And of course, I'd like to introduce Mariam Robinson, who's going to join us as well. And she's ably assisted by Senator Gale. And online, are you still there, Jillian? Are you there, Jillian? Are you online? All right. Not sure if Jillian is online.
Yes, I'm online.
All right, she's online. You're hearing me? All right, so that's Jillian Corodas, who is the Chief Technical Officer of Labor at the Ministry of Labor and Social Services. All right, let's get things started. Number one question to ask. I'm going to start with Mariam. You ready for this?
I think so.
iPhone or Android?
iPhone.
All right, Senator Gale. Sorry, I'm coming back to you as to why. I don't want you to take too long to think. iPhone or Android?
Android.
All right, Android. And Jillian? Jillian hasn't heard. All right.
Android.
Android. All right. So I want to know, Mariam, why iPhone?
Because easier to use. I don't like to figure things out, like take too long to use a device. It's just super easy to figure out.
Senator Gale.
You know, you get something and you start with it, you only upgrade with it.
All right. And Cordell.
Well, I've had both and I am comfortable with both, so it's not really.
Okay, so you're biphonal. Got it. Biphonal. You can use both. And then Jillian.
It's more efficient. I don't have to do the upgrades with the other networks and the other phone.
Right, right. Okay, good. So now that we've gotten that very important question out of the way, I want us to probably move into our actual panel discussion. Now, let's think about it a little bit. The state of the global workplace in 2026 found that the global employee engagement fell to 20%. In 2025, its lowest level that it's been since 2020. This has costed the world economy an estimated $10 trillion in lost productivity. It's a fact. There's also one other thing I want to mention very quickly, that now more than ever, we have 4 generations in the workplace. We have our boomers, we have our Gen X, we have our millennials, or our geriatric millennials and our regular millennials. There's a difference between the two. Yes, the geriatric millennial, somebody, I step on somebody's toe. If you're a geriatric millennial, that means you're like, 1980 to 84. So you understand JBC, signing on, sign off, but you also understand everything on that is technologically advanced, etc. And of course, we have our Gen Zs, and soon to be entering the workforce, we have our Gen Alphas. Here is the big question before us all. We understand the importance of partnerships. That's something that Senator Gale spoke about as well. But what I really want us to look at is, let us talk a little bit about the evolution of workplace relations and labor productivity. So I'm going to start off by throwing the question off to you, Jillian, from FAR. Jillian, tell us about labor management relationships. How has it changed? What are we looking at? What are your thoughts there?
All right, thank you very much, Reese. And I want to start where you stopped, because we have different generations actively in the workplace, and they all speak different languages. And it's very important that we recognize that as we speak about productivity, we have to understand that each generation processes different. We have to translate that discussion into, as I would have said earlier, into bite-sized pieces, so that everybody understands the same thing in the way that we want it. We have to realize that we have shifted, not just in terms of the generational shift, but we have shifted significantly in the way that people work. The way that we worked 5 years ago is not the way that we work now. We have to learn how to supervise, for instance, in a flexible and remote work environment. That requires of us to reorient, retrain our managers, retrain our workers. We can't take it for granted that it's plug and play. And in addition to that, we have seen that there is also a shift towards more own account work. Persons have lost the appetite, as I say, for minimum wage work. A lot more persons are going into their own businesses, micro, small businesses. We need to have a dedicated way of tapping in to ensure that these persons also are enjoying the productivity that will drive Jamaica forward.
Jillian, excellent point. And I would actually like to pivot almost immediately to you, Senator Gale. Let's talk about the workforce. Jillian actually just mentioned it. We have a multi-generational workforce. We have a difference in terms of what is expected. We have the expectations of self-work from an industrial perspective or a trade union perspective. What does this mean for the worker?
So the challenge is that you're having a fast-paced workplace now. You always would have had the generational changes, but then you have a generational changes where the gap has shortened, and it's kind of an overflow in each other, so it makes it more pressuring. Having that without changing in the world of work, because work continues to change. And every one of the generations in the workplace now have to catch up with this change. And you have two sets, those that are exiting the workplace, those that have reached a stage, let's call them those reaching over 50, getting on to preparing for retirement, those that are within their 30s and 40s, and those now that are emerging, coming into the workplace with a different kind of thinking, a different kind of mindset. And when you have all of that merging together in one workspace, the demand is greater. And so the people's management skill in the workplace is going to be very critical in managing the diversified players within the workplace if an organization ought to be successful. So really, those who manage people are going to be very integral in demonstrating the transitioning of the new world of work.
That's a very interesting point. And I actually, I want to ask you, Mariam, just after I ask Cordell, so I'm going to give you a little time to think about it. When we think of a manager in 2026, what are some of the attributes, particularly with your vast private sector experience, that that manager should have? But before Cordell, there's a question that I just have to ask you. You are a part of the Young Entrepreneurs Association, that's correct. And Senator Gale just mentioned the importance of, it wasn't Senator Gale, sorry, it was Gillian who mentioned the fact that a lot of our young people are going straight into entrepreneurship. What does an entrepreneur think about when they think about productivity in this new world order?
Well, I'm also speaking for the Jamaica Employers Federation today.
Yes, you are.
Right, and so in terms of productivity, of course, Gillian and Senator Cavan would have set the tone in terms of the global change and the shift. It's a season of change, and it's not only changing from the employer or the entrepreneur perspective or the internal workers perspective, but it's also changing from the customer perspective. And so there's a great demand for everyone to collaborate and come together to respond to that shift. And so the expectation from employers certainly is that, Senator spoke about the voice of the people, right? It's for us as employers, we have to understand, like Gillian said, what are the different voices saying, and using data to really get behind what are the different perspectives and how this change is impacting people so that we can set different strategies to address and drive people towards the overarching objective, which is at the end of the day, it's numbers. It's about productivity, yes, is the work, but the outcomes is what we are focused on, the profit, right? And so if we can get behind what we sometimes perceive as resistance, persons not collaborating, just using the data, using the engagement to really get behind that and understand what the voices are really saying. And like Senator Cavan said earlier as well, ensuring that these strategies that we implement are responsive and, not reactive, but responsive. We're not looking at me right now, but more responsive so that we can get the results that we are seeking. Thanks.
Mariam, you have your question. I saved it up for you, man.
All right, so afternoon again, everyone. So I do agree that we are in very different times where leadership actually matters. You can't just rely on old school leadership and connections and so forth. And so the skills that I think are required in leadership, and I'm speaking from the perspective of a practitioner. I was a former president and CEO of First Global Bank, and we took the bank through transformation in my first 3 years of 7 and doubled profits in those 3 years. And if someone said, why did we do that? It was because of our cultural transformation. It's because of how we came together as a team. It's because of how we set targets, how we ensured people were in the right places, how we put systems and tools to make people succeed. So the skill set number 1, communication. We actually talk a lot as a country. We're big talkers. I feel bad for introverted Jamaicans because we are very chatty. But there's something about the how effectively we communicate. And the dash point under that for me, and I'm very passionate about this, is how we give and receive feedback. When you're very comfortable with somebody and you see something they did really well, you're ready to just quickly tell them. Something they can improve upon, you're ready to quickly tell them. But you're not good friends with all the people you work with. So how do you as leaders emulate this idea? You say this to my team, what is one thing I could work on? What is one thing I do well? And I say it to my direct reports, you know. So people giving upward feedback. I know that don't really exist a lot here. But if you do that consistently every 6 months, you start to lighten the way in which people interact. So communication is a big one. And the second one of two, because I could talk about this for a long time, but the two that stood out for me is around the concept of what gets measured gets done, KPIs. And if I ask everybody here, they'll tell me that they have KPIs. It's not sufficient to just have KPIs. You'll be surprised how much KPIs should be cross-functional. So in order for me to do my job well, you have to carry a KPI that's relevant to my function or my department. And when that happens, now I feel like I can succeed because the other person who was really focused on their team now thinks of it more collaboratively because they will do well if we're carrying joint KPIs. And that's something that also doesn't really exist because it forces you to really look at people's KPIs and sure they're only like 5. Sometimes people have 10, but the weighting is too small. And I can tell you, once KPIs tied to incentives are well defined, you get everybody rowing in the right direction. Those two I'd say.
Thank you, Mariam. That is definitely much better than I could put it. I definitely appreciate your comments, particularly because when we look at our management cohort, we have to always be adapting. It is so important. So on the point of adapting, there's a piece of information I actually want to share with the entire panel today. So when I was preparing for this panel, I decided to take some time to do some research on attention spans. Now, I'm going to give you some chilling statistics. In 2004, the average human had an attention span of 150 seconds. In 2014, the average human's attention span dropped to 75 seconds. In 2024, I want you to guess what the average attention span is. Close enough, 47. That was 2024. It's probably even 30 in 2026. But the key point I'm making here is, just like all 5 of us right here on this panel, we're competing for your attention. Many of our workers in the workplace, we are competing with so many things that are happening in the global workplace. We're competing with thought process. So that kind of brings me to a very important point, which is looking at our productivity time, the amount of time we spend doing an activity. And Minister Williams mentioned it briefly when I in one of the earlier panels. He spoke about the government looking at staggered hours as an example of productivity. The question I would like to have is, do we think this is an effective strategy? And I'll start off with you, Jillian.
So in terms of the staggered hours, it helps in the sense that you will have people able to make better time. But turning up, showing up is not the entire equation. But we need to ensure that we have persons understand certain targets that are linked to the organization's outcome and not their outcome. And too many workers are doing work in a way that is siloed. They are just doing what they're doing, but it's not linked to the organizational target and therefore not linked to the national target. And the staggered work hours, therefore, has to have other layers. It has to have timed targets and outcomes that are measured based on certain quality. So it is a formula that has to just look at the worker in terms of time, yes, in terms of how they do what they do, how efficiently they do what they do, but also, I want to throw this in, Reese, that when we look at work, work is no longer just about the worker as we know it. That is a human talent, but also the combination, that formula that combines the time that they will take with the combination of digitization with AI. That formula has to be looked at, Reese. It's not simply just the work as we know it.
And just before I move to our next panelist, in case you are looking on your phone, the score is USA 2, Australia 0. So I'm going to try and keep you as focused as possible. Bear with me. Bear with me. All right. Mariam, let me turn over to you next. Staggered work hours, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I think it depends. I think staggered work hours, if your team members want it and your business can afford it, whether you're academia, government, private sector, entrepreneur, fine. I actually think it's very important to have fit-for-purpose working model. Staggered work hours is not really the issue in a sense because, again, that's just a workflow or process that needs to be thought through. The issue is just ensuring that the creation of value is very clear to your team member. And I know worker is the right term, but my thing is all about team members. So I always say team member. So when I say team member, I mean worker. But it's making sure that the team member is fine with their understanding what value they need to create, how it's going to be measured, and to ensure that they're set up for success. So that's how I'd answer that.
Okay, great. All right, so I realize I have 6 minutes left, so I'm just going to pivot very quickly and ask a different question now. To you, Senator Gale, you and I were talking a little bit about the ominous AI. And we're talking about the fact that there are many persons out there in the current workplace who are comfortable and very familiar with AI, and there are many who are not. Is this a threat for our workforce?
You know, I wouldn't want to see it as a threat. I would want to see it as an opportunity. The challenge is that we must never believe that AI is here to replace the workforce, but more to complement the workforce. And what is it going to require? As businesses and employers and even employees move to digitalization and the advancement of technology, we're going to have to keep up with the pace in that transitioning. But what you want is what I call a just transition, a reasonable transition in adapting to the changes and the use of AI, and to remove that freedom, to have that freedom of fear that AI is not here to replace the workforce, but you can upskill the workforce, train the workforce, and get the workforce to be more adaptable to the changes. I saw a situation where there was a port in China where they used AI to move the containers on some high cranes. And one particular day, energy went for a moment. And they
was it last week Thursday? Last week
no.
Friday?
No. And the containers collapsed. Fortunately, there were no injuries, but there was accident to, of course, the vehicle that you may have wanted to purchase got damaged. What I'm saying is that you still need the human element to promote and to work with AI. And so there has to be that kind of conversation with the labor force about upskilling, about the training, and about the use of AI not as a supporting mechanism. So let's have the conversation around those parameters.
And Cordell, I'm looking at you next because I see you just itching to
Yes.
speak. Give us your thoughts.
Definitely, and I do agree with Senator Cavan. It is definitely required that we have a just transition, and I know that is a focus of the Ministry of Labor. And so in order to achieve that, again, we go back to the point that there are so many different stakeholders at play here. Our president, Wayne Shen, loves to say, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go fast, as the world is going far, rather, we have to go together. And so we have to, first of all, take stock of the different people that are involved and employ a people-centered approach to driving this change and ensuring that there's a just transition. And what that will mean, of course, is ensuring that people understand and participate in developing a shared change purpose. So we know why we're doing and we know why we have to evolve. And we also know what's in it for us, each of us. We also have to ensure that leaders, again, are equipped to drive this change and to get people to collaborate, buy in, and to advance whatever changes we are implementing in the workforce. And I speak also as a change management practitioner. And that's the hat I'm wearing right now. And then we have to also focus on engagement. It's not just about, as we would have seen, labor relations evolving. It's not negotiation and complaints management. But it's really about ensuring that people are trained, they're sensitized, the communication is ongoing, the feedback, like Marianne said, is constant, so that we can adjust the strategies that are required to drive change. And most importantly, I would say that there has to be a focus on sustainability. Senator Cavan spoke about, ensuring that people have the tools, right? So the tool kit that people need to sustain whatever the change might be in the organization. Marianne spoke about the KPIs, ensuring that it's built into performance management so that people can do what needs to be done and that there's monitoring and evaluation there as well, so that we can keep on the path to recovery, resilience, and sustainability.
Thank you very much, Cardell. Really appreciate that. We're almost out of time, and I'm going to use the last round of questions just to steal from the Deputy Chairman of the Jamaica Productivity Centre, Amiga Breeze McNabb, who asked you all to represent a ministry and just kind of say, what's the one thing you would recommend to do something different to boost productivity? Here's the thing though, I won't tell you what ministry you have. I'll ask you to pick one. Only condition, if a ministry goes before you, you can't pick that one. All right. Let's start off with you, Mariam.
So I'm here representing the private sector organization of Jamaica, and we have the benefit of working with all the ministries. We have a very good relationship with the government, and we're very grateful for it. I would just share that the continued collaboration is key. I think I wanted to just quickly talk about, from a productivity standpoint, what we are very focused on. There are 3 pillars for our strategy. You'll hear more about it. One is around ease of doing business. So again, there's also collaboration with the government on that, and they're focused on that. Number 2 is on technology enablement and productivity, pillar 2, which is why we're here today. And then number 3 is on trade investment and scale. So really getting our businesses to think broader than the shores of Jamaica. So for number 2, one of the things, and because I have the stage and Senator Cavan is right here and I have JEF here as well, what I would say is we believe that there's a lot of friction in how employers work with talent across the life cycle. So, and a lot of that is just lack of knowledge, and there's no one central place with very easy information to go to say, what do I do for onboarding, different situations, all the way to offboarding. So we are creating a workforce rights and process guide where we're pulling from the information from MLSS, from large companies, from labor lawyers, so that we can package something that is easy to digest in one place for use for all. And so the goal is to have that, we haven't come up with a name, it may be Jamaica Compass, and to sit with those and for trade unions, governments, JP, JEF, HART, etc., so that people, when they're working, a lot of friction and back and forth happens that we think will contribute to solving the productivity problem. Last thing I'll just quickly say is the productivity problem in Jamaica is not there is not one big solution to it, honestly. It is really just taking a very deliberate approach, going initiative by initiative, and when we implement it, it is sustainable. So my advice to all the ministries, because we work with most of the ministries, is to continue to work collaboratively with the private sector, and let's implement these initiatives in a very focused, methodical way that it stays sustainable.
All right,
so
it seems like you've taken the Ministry of Labor there. Was it?
Yes,
yeah?
Ministry of Labor.
So sorry for you, Gillian. You can't take MLSS.
HART, JF, all of them. Yeah.
So let's hear what you're taking, Gillian.
Thank you very much. And I would have said the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. However, I'm going to say that the productivity initiative, as it has been really led by the most honorable Prime Minister, is one that is a global conversation. It covers all ministries, and therefore the leadership at the helm has to ensure that at every level, organizations recognize that productivity starts with them, whether you are a micro, small, medium-sized to large business, multinational enterprise. Productivity requires that there's all hands on deck. We have to ensure that workers see themselves as essential. Workers see themselves not as an appendage to a decision that is taken, a target that is set, but they are part of setting that target. They understand that it's not okay to just produce, but to produce efficiently at the highest quality. And we oftentimes set performance targets, looking at just getting the work done, but we have to look at how we get it done. And that culture has to permeate the entire society.
All right, so that means MLSS, that sounds like Office of the Prime Minister. Cordell, where's the ministry? Which one are you picking?
Oh, well, I want to go nationwide, right?
Well, you can't.
And I will piggyback on something that
all right.
has been running through every conversation that, productivity is indeed a global issue. And it's people-centric and people-centered. The approach must be so. And so if you think of any change that is introduced in your life as a person, whether you're a worker, a manager, a customer, you're thinking, what's in it for me? And I think that must be our emphasis in ensuring that we can demonstrate consistently what's in it for persons, and that we also empower persons to see and seize the opportunities, the myriad of opportunities in whatever change that is being rolled out. And I think if we can just approach it from that heart-centered, let's take heart then, right? Heart-centered approach, like you really care about the people. I think the sky is the limit, and the world is our oyster.
Thank you very much, Cordell. Senator Gale, you get to give us the last lick.
I am going to use the opportunity to trouble the Ministry of Finance.
Like that one.
And I want to start with, one of the challenges in productivity that has been argued and demanded is the public sector to transform. And I believe that transformation should start with a ministry that every other ministry depends on. That is the Ministry of Finance. And if the Ministry of Finance embarks on a strategy to transform itself productively, then every other ministry can follow suit. And I would want to even go further by suggesting that, in 2017, they spoke about bringing the performance-based pay discussions to the table. That is in 2017, we're in 2026, and the trade unions are still waiting for it, because we want to talk about it. And I believe also that if the Ministry of Finance, and I'm going now, venturing in an area of allocation of budget, because if we start budgeting and allocating for every ministry to have a productivity focus and provide the budgetary allocation to support that, then we're on our way. And, the permanent secretary and the minister of state, they may have known what I was going to ask.
I asked PS, where's she going?
So they took a break from us. They left. Okay. Well, if we are going to promote productivity, we have to allocate more support to the Jamaica Productivity Centre.
Here, here. We need an overwhelming round of applause.
We have to do it in such a way that the Productivity Centre gets the skill set that is required to expand their own need for productivity. So that's why I wanted to trouble the Ministry of Finance, because everybody I forgot to the Ministry of Finance.
Right.
And I was glad that Cardell didn't touch the Ministry of Finance to give me the opportunity.
You're getting nervous.
So, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. The final thing I'll probably want to say is, first of all, Senator Cavan Gale was not paid for that endorsement for more resources for the Jamaica Productivity Centre. As a advisory board
Full
member.
declaration, because I would have forgot to declare it to some other people.
There you go. There you go. That's the first thing I want to say. But it is very important. The work that the Productivity Centre does is actually quite Herculean, but it can be even more. Some more resources. P.S. Jennings, you did promise that you'd be listening online just before you extended your apologies that you had to go. I hope you heard that. And similarly, Minister Williams, I hope you heard those comments as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to thank my panel. I hope we had a robust discussion and we kept you engaged and no one needed coffee. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much to our panel moderator, Mr. Reese Campbell, Director, JPC Board, our panelists, Senator Cavan Gale, Gillian Corodos, our Chief Technical Director, and I should say Senator Gale, President General, the Bustamante Industrial Trade Union, Cordell Williams, Second Vice President, the Jamaica Employers Federation, and Mariam Robinson, Vice President, Private Sector Organization of Jamaica. Thank you so much for joining us and for keeping us engaged this afternoon. My tech team, can I have my QR code quickly? Just so that persons can scan any key takeaways from the presentation or the discussion, or any comments you may have, please feel free to share them with us. Now at this time, it is my pleasure to invite Mrs. Tamar Nelson, our Chief Technical Director of the Jamaica Productivity Centre, to share next steps and to deliver the vote of thanks. Please make her feel welcome. Put your hands together for her.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. What a day it has been. As we close Productivity Day 2026, I want to just bring everything together, in a simple way. That, and I think this was reiterated all throughout today, that productivity is not just a government program. It's not a business initiative. It's not just a conference theme, but it is a choice, and a choice that we have to make every day, right? And a choice that, as we heard today, we heard about innovation, we heard about resilience, we heard about systems, and all of this culminates around one thing, and I think this panel just now summed it up nicely: the people, right? And the people are at the core of productivity, right? They are the ones that are going to help us to improve productivity, improve our processes, the policies, etc. And that's why today's theme, or this year's theme, is so, so important to us. Resilience, built by people, powered by process, focused on productivity. And the whole purpose brings everything together. And we know that we have gone through challenges as a country, one after the other, and we do have to name them out again. But we are still standing. The road wasn't easy, and it still isn't, but because we have been resilient and we have been doing some things right, we are here today. And so the challenge before us is not just recovery. We want to go beyond that. We want to transform, and as one of our speakers said, we want to be anti-fragile. So that means we're coming back stronger. We want to move from effort to effectiveness, and from activity to impact, and to really be executing more to close that gap. I'd like to really thank you all for sticking with us throughout the day and through the various events, and I appreciate all the speakers today. Were they fantastic, ladies and gentlemen? Right, all of them, from our minister, our permanent secretary, our chairman, leading the charge, our expert speakers. Wow, I couldn't have asked for anything better, for sharing their presentations, their thoughts, their expertise with us this afternoon. We really want to thank you. And also our panelists for their insightful dialogues. And we have our, we were entertained as well by Gabrielle with her artistry, and our tech team in the back for their flow. And of course, our moderator today, Talia Suarez, thank you as well. But none of this would be possible today without the team from MLSS, and Senator spoke about support and budgets, and we got that support and sign off so that we can have this here today. And I see from the ministry the persons who hold the purse strings. Should I point you guys out? That were so gracious and helpful in signing off on the different things so that we could be here today. So we want to thank you guys as well. And also to our board members, all of you are, spotted short. You can all stand so that everybody sees some of you. Yes, just stand for those who, all right. So we have a few here, right, at this table. And of course, Reese, we want to thank you all as well for coming and for your support as well. And to my team, I think most of them probably are outside. They are really the masterminds behind everything here today. Some are operating on about 2 or 3 hours of sleep. But they really showed up and they showed out. For those who are in the room, could you also please stand? Our permanent staff, our interns who are with us, some that just came in a few days ago but jumped right in, and you feel that they are part of the team forever. Thank you all. Please give them a round of applause. And they will be behind the scenes programming and carrying all that we have done here to the next level. So while we were here discussing, we had a team that has been distilling the information so that we can take it to the next level. So we want to action a number of these items. We want to put it together and distill it in a way that others beyond this room can also benefit from what we have discussed here today. We just don't want it to leave. We don't want to leave it here at all. I would also like to shout out our sponsors for the day, CariMed, and if you have not gotten your cup of tea, please, on your way out, grab your afternoon tea. NovaCore for the tech display here today. Blue Quibbit in the back. Thank you. NERA, so if you haven't gotten your card, you need to find out how you can do so. And to our universities, UE, UTech, and CMU, oh, thank you so much for coming and sharing your displays. There was so much more that we wanted to share with you today, but we promised that at our next event, which will be a follow-up to this event, when we are awarding those productivity innovators, we'll have a bigger space to share more productivity and innovation technology, and we'll be opening up that expo to our students as well in September. So you all have an open invitation to attend that as well, so please follow and stay tuned. And so we want to turn today's forum, not just from a dialogue into practical actions. And as we depart here today, go back to our offices, our homes, we want you to know that we are here and ready to meet you and your organization wherever you are to help you to find the best ways to support you and to get your processes and, streamlined and boost your productivity in the short and medium term. And, as of course, what's doing the work and no win. So we want it to be a win-win scenario. So we have that competition coming up. We had one person who came here just to see how they can, how they can be a part of it, because the last time they came second and this year they are going to be number one. So we want as many persons to grab on board. And, if you haven't already partnered with us at the JPC, this is a prime opportunity, or this is your invitation to join us, because productivity and collaboration and partnership goes hand in hand. So we want to thank you all for being here. Thank you for being part of the movement. Thank you for being part of the solution. And thank you all for helping us to build a more productive Jamaica. Thanks.
One more time for our Chief Technical Director, Mrs. Tamara Nelson. Thank you so much for those wonderful closing remarks. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we conclude today's forum, I would like to sincerely thank all of you for being a part of today, your participation, your engagement, your contribution throughout the day. We really, really appreciate it. And I would also like to invite our final set of panelists, Mr. Reese Campbell, our moderator, Senator Cavan Gale, Miss Gillian Corodos, Miss Cordell Williams, and Miss Mariam Robinson, or Mrs. Mariam Robinson. We have some tokens for you as well, and they will be presented by Mrs. Nelson. And we do want to invite you all to stay behind for a few photos. Ladies and gentlemen, also before you go, please use the QR code to learn more about the center. My tech team, can I get back the QR code quickly? To connect with the team and to complete the feedback form as well. Yes, one by one. Amen. All right, so complete the feedback form about the entire forum, learn more about the center, connect with the team, access services, explore opportunities for collaboration and support. And we would love to continue today's conversation beyond this forum. So as a reminder, if you have not already done so, please make your final visits to the exhibition booths. And don't forget to share the competition with your friends, the 2026 Productivity Innovation Competition. The deadline is July 10, but if it is that you are a part of the public sector competition, that category in which MDAs, you must register your interest by June 29, okay? So thank you once again for being a part of this important discussion on resilience, productivity, and institutional transformation. Have a safe journey home, ladies and gentlemen, and we look forward to engaging with you again very soon. My name is Talia Suarez-Brown. Have a great afternoon. Thank you so much.
Unconditional love. She ain't looking for no diamonds, ain't digging for no gold, just somebody to love. Unconditional love. Whoa.
No necesito nada, ni a nadie. Si te tengo a ti, te amo para siempre. Te amo eternamente. Tú me enseñaste cómo amar y por eso te agradezco. Te amo, papi. Te amo, mi amor.
You never see it coming, and the next thing you know, unconditional love, unconditional love. She ain't looking for no diamonds, ain't digging for no gold, just somebody to love. Unconditional love. Whoa. The 14th of February, got a cold shoulder from someone so unexpected. You left your heart unprotected. Yeah. Then you built and shine a wall, got it like a soldier. People would call your phone. You act like nobody's home. Yeah.
And I went to the corner store, and I forgot what I went for. Just as soon as you said hello, hello, I never saw it coming. And the next thing I know,
Unconditional love, unconditional love.
I ain't looking for no diamonds, ain't digging for no gold,
Just somebody to love. Unconditional love. You never see it coming, and the next thing you know, unconditional love, unconditional love.
I ain't looking for no diamonds.
Ain't digging for no gold, just somebody to love. Unconditional love. Whoa.
No necesito nada, ni a nadie. Si te tengo a ti, te amo para siempre. Te amo eternamente. Tú me enseñaste cómo amar y por eso te agradezco. Te amo, papi. Te amo, mi amor, para siempre. Be my baby, my one and only. Y te voy a amar incondicionalmente. Para siempre. Te amo, mi amor. El amor es puro. El amor entiende lo que nadie puede entender.